Yo, what's up? Good morning. Welcome to the gym. Hopefully you're having a great day. Woo-wee! Y'all ready for this? It's Wednesday. It's hump day. It's time to watch some Pokemon cards. This is the end of the world as we know it, chats. Well, not the world, but of PTCGO. Today marks the beginning of the end. The Pokemon trading card game online will no longer be receiving any updates from here on out. It is over. That's right. It's done. No more. So, yeah, I don't know. I'm not one for sappy goodbyes. I don't know if I don't, maybe we'll sneak in there, before it sunsets. But, what do we really, it's like, hanging out on the Pokemon trading card game online, it's like you're aboard a sinking ship, It's like the Titanic. It's like hanging out on the Titanic while it's going down. It's like, it doesn't feel good. We're not going to, have our final cathartic moment on the Pokemon trading card game online and be like, that's it. I can finally leave it in peace. It's gone. PTCGO is gone. It's not getting any updates, and we're all moving forward, right? We're all moving forward, right? We're totally all moving forward. Yo, this thing is fire. That's nuts. Wow. I'm so happy that they continue doing these artworks. This is magnificent. Look at the Gyarados in the background. My goodness. This thing is nuts. I need to turn my space heater on. Hold on. I spent last night I was just thinking about the trajectory of my channel, right? And it's like, dang, dude. I used to these silly deck videos were just so easy to make. It is tough. 10-cent Wailord, that kind of stuff. We thrived on the silly deck videos. Mostly so that I could create the videos that I wanted to make, which were the tabletop videos and stuff like that. But I've been working on other stuff. To be fair, there's not really anything else that I even want to make on current standard format. I feel like we're in such a lull. I did a Radiant Eternatus video. Cool. I did a Zamazenta video. Cool. I'm pretty. I already did the Eternatus video 2 months ago, and that deck just got second place at a regional. But yeah, we did that. We did the Vikavolt Aerodactyl video. Yeah, we did that. So it's we've done a bunch of Lost Box videos. So with Scarlet and Violet coming out, it does feel like it's just time to. It's time to take the ship in a new direction. Nah, it's time to take the ship in a new direction. Just entirely. It's funny thinking about it, but it just might be. It might be, the Tricky Jim VOD's YouTube channel. I was looking at it. Let's see, why don't you have my most recent upload on here? What the heck? Wait, why don't you have my most recent upload on here? What the heck, bro? Where's my most recent video? It's not here. What the? YouTube broken, bro. Yeah. But yeah, I've been thinking about it. It was on there. I know. It's like supposed to be there. Oh no. Click on video. It's not there. Playlists. It's not there. So, thinking about YouTube videos, I was working on a script yesterday. Writing a script, baby. Let me check my phone. Maybe it's just like this desktop app is being funky. No, the video is literally gone. No, the video is gone. What the heck? Oh my god. I came in this morning and I clicked save. That must have been it. It's right here. All right. I saved it to private accidentally. All right, I got to resave it to public. Okay. That's so silly. All right, now it's here. I came in this morning. There it is. Anyways. I came in this morning and it was like, usually I leave when the videos are uploading. So like I came back into the office today, just click save or whatever for no reason. And then it like saved it as, not public for some reason. Anyways. Yeah, all right. Maybe it was me and not YouTube. That's fine. So I've been thinking a lot about like what to do, obviously, with the future of the channel. And I know I talk about this constantly, but it's quite literally what's on my mind all the time. So you're gonna have to, But today's the day that PTCGO is no longer getting any more updates. All right, so it's really time to think about that. Even stuff like this funny Turbo Ho-Oh deck, like that was just kind of, impromptu, making a goofy deck. I am very excited about I'm very excited about the new set coming out, Scarlet and Violet. We'll get to do a pre-release. You guys know it's been 4 months since we've done a pre-release. Good God. No wonder it feels like it's been so long. It's been 4 months since we did our Silver Tempest pre-release, dude. Like, and I love doing this content. I love doing these videos, but it sure would make it a lot easier if we didn't have to wait 4 months for new sets. Yeah, so that'll be fun, and I'm looking forward to that. It's going to be a good time when we get to do the Scarlet and Violet pre-release. So, that's obviously content that I really like to create. Looking at stuff that's been successful on the channel that's not PTCGO gameplay videos, that's kind of something that I need to do because PTCGO gameplay videos are pretty much done. So that's hard, right? But there is some stuff. Set reviews have generally been pretty good. So those have performed well, but you can only do set reviews every so often. I do love creating pre-release videos, even though they don't get the most amount of traction. I will always continue to create them because I just like it. The new set openings do pretty decent for me, so we're always going to keep doing that. This is a tabletop video, so that's something that, the new big bad hype new card getting a tabletop video will always do pretty good. So, I'm going to do a Gardevoir video. I'm going to do Miraidon videos, things like that. The Oinkalone video is kind of like me testing. Like I like Oink Alone. I'm excited about Oink Alone, but like I understand that Oink Alone's probably not going to get the most amount of viewership because it is just Oink Alone. But if you put somebody like Lugia on a thumbnail, you know, Lugia is going to get way more clicks than a pig. Okay, it's just the way it is. Like that big bad Lugia thumbnail is going to get way more clicks than the pig. Even though I might want the pig to get a lot of clicks, it's only going to get so many clicks. You understand? So, yeah, Gardevoir might get more. Miraidon might get more. They're like, yeah. So, tabletop videos typically perform worse, but lately I've been evening it out. If you look, the thing is that usually I don't do silly decks on tabletop. So that's part of why my online videos get more traction than my tabletop videos, because I usually do like less silly decks on tabletop, and I do real silly decks on PTCGO. So then the silly decks are, so it's hard to tell if it's like, you know, I mean, here this Lugia video has less traction than this Lugia video, and this one's PTCGO, and this one's tabletop. So, I mean, comparing apples to apples, yes, tabletop does a little bit. Tabletop just does worse than PTCGO, 100%. But I'm working on changing that because, you know, I'm working on my production, I'm working on my editing skills, working on all that, and trying to get the tabletop up to a point where it is, you know, as enjoyable as the PTCGO stuff. Thank you, Doubles, for the Prime sub in the 3 months. There hasn't been a pre-release since you've been subbed. That's crazy. I appreciate it, Doubles. Thank you. And then, you know, the openings, they do okay. So there's always that. News stuff. I mean, obviously, PTCGO shutting down is big news. So it's like, you know, when you get news that big, you can obviously report on it. It's going to do okay. But then, like, lately, I mean, obviously the format's in a little bit of a lull as well. Like, a little bit of a lull is, I think, an understatement. The format's in, it's not in a great space. It's been dragging on, I guess I should say. So to say that there's not like a ton of, you know, fresh content to be producing is, you know, kind of an understatement. So it's hard to compare, you know, the videos that I'm releasing 4 months into a format. It's hard to, yeah, that's what I'm saying, Dave. Format's fine. Like, it's fine. It's just played out. That's why I'm saying, like, in Japan, they get a new set every month. It's so crazy. Like, I've been looking at the release schedule in Japan right now. You guys realize, all right, so Scarlet and Violet just came out in Japan. And then let's see. We're getting this other set. Let's see. Japanese Pokemon card sets. Thank you, Cursed by Ghastly, for the sub in the 26 months. You're telling me we don't have... Okay, anyways. Violet EX came out on January 20th. And then we got Triplet Beat coming out on March 10th. It's just so much more fresh, right? You have things coming out like all the time. There's always new stuff to talk about, always, which is so sick. So that's why I think I want to start just talking about Japan's, I just want to start talking about Japan more on the channel generally, because there's just more to talk about because new cards are coming out more often. So there's always something new to talk about when, you know, when you're looking at the trading card game from a Japanese perspective. So that's something to think about as well. Especially this last like 4-month lull has really got me thinking about that. But then, yeah, it's just gonna be a lot of work. I was working on a script yesterday. You know, maybe I can, maybe I could do some cool YouTube exclusive like video essays. That's something that I'm thinking about potentially cooking up as well. But either way, it's probably just going to be moving to a position where I'm still doing like a lot of like as much streaming as I've ever done. And I plan on doing as much streaming as I've ever done. So if you like watching the live streams, you don't have to worry about this at all. But I do think that my YouTube videos are going to become less frequent. And that's just because I don't have, PTCGO to like crank out gameplay on anymore, which is fine. I think the idea is just going to be that I'm going to be producing higher quality videos, less frequent, higher quality YouTube videos. And I think that's like the natural progression of any YouTube channel. Honestly, you start out just kind of creating, but then you get to a point where you want to start making stuff better. So then the Jaywitz model, he posts like 4 times a year. Well, yeah, I'm not at that point. But the videos should get nicer. And you can still expect everything that's not a PTCGO gameplay video that I have been doing, I'll continue to do. Like set reviews, openings, big news reports, retro content, tabletop content. I'm trying stuff like this, doing like this was just the Champions League, kind of talking about that. Tried doing stuff like this, like Standard League or whatever. But I got to see what's like worth the time invested to create as well. Everything gets put on the VOD channel. So there is always that. If you miss a stream, absolutely everything that I do in its entirety is on the Tricky Jim VOD's YouTube channel. So like that, and that's the thing I was like looking at my discussion of my regional deck list, and I was like, yeah, I could cut that up. And I could put that onto like a YouTube video, but it also just like, it's just fine here. Like, honestly, what am I going to do? I'm just like gonna just slap an intro and an outro on it. And then it's just going to be like this clip where I'm just talking about exactly what happened in my tournament run with no other camera angles or cutaways, just like literally the cards. Like, yeah, I used to do that stuff all the time. I did. I mean, if you look at the very early days of Tricky Jim, that's just like, yeah, I used to just like look at a playmat and talk about some cards. And now you could still get that, but I don't know that I need to make that a YouTube exclusive video for the main channel. I think that the appeal of a discussion like that is going to be relatively small, relatively small. Your competitive players who are interested in that 58th, 59th, and 60th tech card and a Mew VMAX list, the people that are interested in that, hopefully will check out the VOD channel and kind of see what I played and enjoy that discussion. But, the general, there aren't 100,000 super competitive Pokemon TCG players who care about that. Just to, there just aren't. So, as a channel who's trying to grow, you got to figure out like how do you, as a channel who's trying to grow, how do you appeal to your audience or whatever, right? There aren't, yeah. Well, that's why the content's still there. It's not like I'm not creating the content, but I think the idea of the main stuff on the YouTube channel is that it's supposed to be relatively accessible. That I want the content on the main channel, I want it to like not scare away somebody who's like interested in the Pokemon trading card game, but maybe not that serious about it yet. I want it to like intrigue and get them to want to dive deeper. I feel like me just staring at a deck list and talking about a tournament report, that's more stuff for like that's more of like the deep stuff. Like the real card game players will want that, but maybe not the normies, you know? You got to do a certain amount of normie appeal. But yeah, this Magikarp looks incredible. I absolutely love that. Yeah, thanks, Pokemon Promos. Yeah, we're going to be just fine. We're going to be just fine, aren't we, chat? Totally cool. Totally cool. Nothing to worry about. PTCGO who? I don't even know what PTCGO is. Never heard of it. Codes for Illustrator contest promos now mailing out from the Pokemon Center. That's cool. You had remember that art contest they did? That was sick. Yeah, thanks, CMT. I appreciate hearing that. I've gotten a lot of love on my most recent tabletop stuff, and I think that there's more that I can do with that. I want to make it like more fun. Like lately, I've been focusing I've been focusing as hard as I can on like legibility, making sure that the game is easy enough to follow. But then I think what I really need to hit is that I need to make sure that the tabletop content is fun. That's like the next thing. So fun is like you need to let, the personality kind of shine through. You need to joke. You need to like, you need to have fun. Make sure that you're not just being stiff and like delivering, the game actions. Though that is the most important thing, because people aren't going to have as much fun if they don't understand what's going on the, on the tabletop. So I think like just making sure that things are fun. If you watched where was my VOD channel? If you watched I thought a great example of that. Oh, it's not up on the VOD channel yet. Maybe it is. A great example of that, yes, was listening to Kyle and Jeremy play when they were doing tabletop. Like listening to their tabletop banter was a lot of fun, right? I agree, Phoenix Fire. I think so. Yes. Yes, yes. Goldfish, I've done some of that now, actually. This entire video is that now. In fact, all of my league stuff is that. This entire video is me recording over matches in post. This entire video is me recording over matches in post. So, we're doing some of that. Yeah. And yeah, I like to think that we're kind of leading the charge with tabletop production in the Pokemon TCG. Us in like tier 4. I know that I know that Omnipoke's been working on some stuff too. Let's see, Omnipoke. Has been working on their tabletop production. And it's not easy. That's the thing. It's just not easy to make engaging tabletop production. I've been working on it for years, dude. I've been working on it. I've been working on it for so long. Yeah, honestly. Like so long. Yo, what's up, Cellist? How you doing? Did I figure out how to make that 3D transition in the Japanese game? All right, so thinking about... Well, that's interesting. I don't know that it's necessary. Here's the deal. All right, thinking about that, because it's not... It's not... This is where we are. We're at 7 hours. Let's see. Where do they swing to the... Here we are. All right. This cam, right? This is the camera angle that everybody's raving about, right? It's just... Yeah, it's basically... It's just transforming the... Right, you can see the it's just transforming the camera. It's not actually a camera angle that's like over the shoulder. No, it's just literally, all right. It's like if I took, it's like transforming this. Think about this, but then if I could take each one of these corners and just like transform it. Yes, exactly. Literally, Lance has got it 100% in the chat. You're just transforming it. It's literally taking this. Imagine me taking the table, spinning it 90 degrees clockwise, and then like bending the corners in. That's what's happening, right? It's an effect. It's not anything other than just an effect. So thinking about it, like, yes, I think what the effect kind of does successfully So when you think about it, you can't see anything. It's funny because you can't see anything more during this effect. You can't see anything more during this effect. It's like the zooming in actually allows you to see less, but it focuses you on one thing. So then this, what this does, it doesn't allow you to see more. It actually allows you to see less. But the concept is that it's focusing the viewer on one specific player. So that's why it's significant. It focuses the production on the side of the game that's like playing. Which, in essence, makes the game less intimidating, right? It makes it, in a way, it makes it less intimidating because there's less to focus on. And Maclid, yeah, I think I agree with you there. Just adding more visual variety. So that's cool. And that's something we've started doing. Not the rotating and the transforming the camera. Not that. But something that we have started doing is just like the you know, we cut in now. And that's something that I really like. And I feel like that visual variety, even of itself, like you cut in for attacks and things like that. And then you cut back away so that you can see prizes, deck, discard pile, stuff like that.
Oinkalone EX. Draw for turn.
Right, so that you can see everything else going on.
Good. I want to swing for as much damage as I can.
We also do hand cams to like bring you in and allow you to see like this kind of stuff. Which I think is really important, being able to like, you know, come in during a deck search and being able to see the hand is like I know. Well, I feel like the hand cams really show off the cards too. Right? Heather says, do this for each player before we play the match. Thanks, Heather. Thank you. Yes. But there's so much more we can do with the tabletop stuff. So well, Jacuxies, I don't think that anybody has any issues telling what the cards are on our table, honestly. The table's lit well, so not using holographic cards, I mean, like, it just literally doesn't matter. You can tell what the cards are because the table's lit well. That's all that matters, is that the table is lit correctly. You know, good lighting. Just good lighting's all that matters when it comes to that stuff. Like, dude, this pig, I'm so excited about how good the pig looks in this tabletop production. It looks so good. No, it's not a ring light. Dude, I've got a gazillion lights in here. Hold up. You've still lost me. Congratulations. Okay, here we go. See? There are lights everywhere. All over the place. The entire room. Could use a couple more. So true. Honestly, lacking on the lighting situation. Is it hot? No. Those lights don't emit heat. Not real brick. What a scam. I know. I told you. I broke the immersion. Sorry. What's the Charizard doing? I don't know what the Charizard's doing. Come on. Nobody actually thought that that was real brick. Come on. You knew it all along. I know we need a Tepig plush. This is a crime, honestly. Where's Tepig? Thank you, No Think Vibe Only, for the sub and the 2 months. Yeah, that's what's up. You didn't think it was brick, but I thought it was a full room? No, I mean, like, this is like one corner of a room. Yeah. There's a skate ramp over there. There's where the locals play Gym Leader Challenge is right over there. Or standard, I guess. Or Gym Leader Challenge not. No, the big project hasn't been revealed yet. I've been patiently waiting for them to reveal it, and they haven't. And whoever is in charge of the big project has not revealed it yet. Goldfish suggests that I hire a PR agent to arrange IRL guests, celebs, and influencers to do a casual show where we talk to... What do you think? I know. I do a good job at making this show look higher production than it is, don't I? I do a real good job of that. I can barely afford to hire people that are not famous. Oh, boy. Oh, baby. All right, let's get into it. Let's talk about Champions League. All right, let's go. This is what we're doing. This is what we're up to. I've been working on my script too. I think I want to do a... The thing is, here's the deal. I already know I'm going to spend like weeks working on this video essay, and it's going to get like 10,000 views on YouTube, and then I'm going to be like, another 3 years I'll do a video essay. I'll be like, it's not worth it, man. I'll gear up for another video essay in like 3 years. I'm going to spend weeks. I'll probably spend all month working on this. And then it won't perform. It'll be some people's favorite video, but it won't do nearly well enough to justify its creation. So then I'll just be like, I was talking to Riley about video essays, and Riley said that he's considered just binging creating Pokemon video essays just to create, because the thing is, there's not like an unlimited amount of video essays to create about Pokemon cards. There's like a relatively finite amount. Just like there aren't an infinite amount of Lord of the Rings spin-offs to create. There's a lot to create, and it's a very untapped IP right now. I mean, relatively speaking, it's a very untapped IP, but there is a finite amount of Lord of the Rings, like content out there. Same with Pokemon. I mean, Pokemon specifically, the card game. There's like a finite amount of video essays to create. So Riley has talked about just like yeah. Teat1 says, I think you're too focused on views and do what makes you happy. I do have to pay my own bills. Yeah, unfortunately. As someone who is my own boss and has to, it's like, imagine if like a carpenter who owns their own carpenting business was just like not worried about, it's just like at a certain point you do have to do the thing. You can't. Yeah. Yeah, you do have to do the things that Now, a lot of times what artists such as myself will do is they find something that makes money that then they can use to pay for the thing that they love to do, right? That's what a lot of us do, actually. Almost everybody here probably does a job that they make money so that then with their other time, they can do the stuff that they like to do. How many people in the chat do that? How many people in the chat work a job to pay the bills so that then they can do what they want to do with the rest of their time? How many people do that? I'm no different, chat. Yes. I'm no different. Views are my job, okay? What I like to do might not necessarily get all the views, but earning an income from, ad revenue and, getting enough of you guys to hang out here while I talk, that's my job. That's it. I have to do that. I have to do that, or else there is no more. That's it, Imagine me going up to Full Grip and being like, I know that you guys are paying me a salary to advertise for your business, but listen, it's not about the views, Full Grip Games. It's about the vibes, all right? Vibes will help you guys sell cards, not views. Listen, Full Grip is really just about, it's about the vibes, all right? Don't worry if you're not getting nearly as many sales as you used to get. Thank you, Shell Bueno, for the Prime sub. Listen, I know I spent 6 weeks. Thank you, Shell Bueno, for that Prime sub. I know I spent 6 weeks working on a video that only got 10,000 views, but listen, it was fun. So just keep that salary coming, all right? Yes, thank you, Darth Dragus, for the sub and the 2 years. Let's go. Yeah, telling my boss he doesn't really need this presentation for our clients as the vibes weren't right. Precisely. See, now you guys are spitting. Yes. Yes. Telling my customers I can't help them because the vibes are bad this morning. Right. For sure. And for those of you in the chat saying money isn't everything, you're correct. It's not. It's not. And that's why I do, for the most part on Tricky Jim, I do what makes me happy. Now, as proof of the concept that money isn't everything and views aren't all I care about, it's quite possible that creating content on the Pokemon trading card game live would be easier to produce than any of this other content that I'm producing, and it would probably get comparable, if not more, views. But I won't make it. Why? The vibes aren't right. There you go. Case in point. If all I cared about were the views, then I would probably just switch over to live and continue as I was, right? I don't know, though. I'm also curious to see if the transition to live, how it impacts other creators that rely solely on the digital client. So, I'm going to have my eyes on Little Dark Fury, just seeing how things are going for him. I'm gonna have my eyes on Azul, seeing how things are going for him. You know, I'm be scoping it out. Thankfully, I don't need to be doing that. You know, but I'm gonna see what the reaction is. I want to see what the reaction is from their viewers. You know, not just a week after the Switch. I'm talking a month, 2 months, 3 months. I want to see what the long-term reaction to the Switch is. Yeah, I just started taking this medication and a week in, I'm doing great. All right, but what about the long-term effects? You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to see what the long-term effects are. So. Chaos Warlock with a Prime sub in the 13 months. Yo, appreciate it. Slowpoke is the biggest vibing Pokemon. What is the biggest... Which Pokemon has the chillest vibe, honestly? What do you guys think? Well, that's the thing is Noah's... I don't go to someone's channel to tolerate the content they produce. I go to someone's channel because I enjoy the content they produce, right? So if I like used to like going somewhere because it had a chill vibe, and then like all of a sudden those vibes were slashed and the vibes were not chill anymore, then it's like if part of the selling point of the channel was that the vibes were chill, and then the new thing makes it so that the vibes are not chill, then it's gonna have a big impact on the channel as a whole. It's got to be just Snorlax, right? Though Snorlax gets angry sometimes. I think Metapod's a good pick for vibiest Pokemon. That's probably true. Snorlax can get angry is the thing. Yeah, try waking up a Snorlax and it's not going to be the vibiest experience you've seen. Slacking is vibing so hard that he only attacks every other turn, so that's pretty crazy. I do think it's probably just Slowbro, though, yeah. He only gets angry when his vibe is ruined from an outside force. That's a solid argument for sure. Someone asked me to explain, enlighten them. Do I take the bait, chat? All right. I'm just curious, but why do you dislike live so much? I feel like the only difference between it and PTCGO or the trading system. If I'm wrong, please enlighten me. Do I go down the rabbit hole? What do you guys think? We don't have time for this. Yeah, I've made multiple videos on it, Rising Air. If you're curious, I mean, you can watch any of my videos on the topic. I've got a lot of them. I've got this one right here. I've got... Actually, you guys seen Trust Your Pilot's video? Bro, this video sums it all up, baby.
Video covering...
Yeah, this video rocks. You guys seen this? All right, we got 94. All right, yeah. 95% say yeah. All right, guys. It's time to roll out the movie cart.
In the first year of Pokemon.
Hold on. I need to make sure that I'm getting the audio.
TCG Lives exist.
There we go. Beautiful. I'm not one. We're rolling out the movie cart when we had another movie cart out. We got 2 movie carts. This. Yeah. We got 2 movie carts now. Yeah. Trust Your Pilot makes the best live content there is. In fact, I almost don't even need to follow what's going on with the Pokemon trading card game live because Trust Your Pilot just does it. You could just pull up. It's like everything that's happening, all the glitches, all the bugs, all the mishaps. Just little things like that. It's all the little stuff.
So if there's multiple to choose from, that might activate the bug. So let's go Phantom Transformation. And then we'll switch into the Wormadam. And then does it ask you? Oh, it does. Oh my god, that is so dumb.
But like, let's talk about, this is obviously just a bug, right? Yes, and everybody please go subscribe to Trust Your Pilot on YouTube. Obviously, we're like, we're using his content right now, so definitely give him a follow, give him a sub, go watch his video, all that. But yes. So like, look at this. Like, obviously you draw your hand.
So if there's multiple to choose from, that might activate the bug.
You click the card. It swings to the left.
So let's go
Phantom Transformation. Jukes to the right.
Phantom Transformation.
Did you see that little headbutt towards the top? What's it doing up there? Why? What you doing up there, Zoroark? Can anybody in this room tell me why that Zoroark is at the top of the screen? Anybody? First he was over here. Then he was over here. Then he's like way up top here. I'm just saying, it's not even remotely reasonable. Thank you, Survivor Brett, for the prime sub. And that's not even the bug that we're here to talk about. That's not what we're here to talk about. That just looks visually atrocious. That's just like the run-of-the-mill visual atrocity of the client. That's not even the bug we're here to talk about.
And then we'll switch into the Wormadam. And then does it ask you? Oh, it does. Oh my god, that is so...
You can see how the vibes are just atrocious. It's like, no, I'm not playing that. It's atrocious vibes, bro. Couldn't do it. So anyways, sit back, relax. Let's do it.
Way back in September, I made a video covering the first year of Pokemon TCG Live's existence, from the original announcement on September 20th, 2021, all the way to its first birthday on September 20th, 2022. This time around, I'm going to be chronicling the entire first year of PTCGL's beta, which, believe it or not, is still going 12 months later. And even crazier, PTCGO still exists, even though the Pokemon Company said in 2021 that it would be shutting down. Let's kick things off on February 22nd, 2022 when the beta launched in Canada. Since I already have a video detailing the early months of Live, I'll change things up here and break the video into different categories. In the lead up to launch, we were told Live would be available for PC, Mac, Android, and iOS. Except when the beta went live, the iOS version was randomly missing. The Pokemon Company said later that day that it's coming soon. Do you know what soon ended up being? 2 months. The iPhone and iPad version eventually launched on April 19th. They obviously took that extra time to make sure it ran perfectly on those devices, right? Of course not. Immediately, players began reporting their phones overheating and battery draining super quickly. The game was poorly optimized for phones at launch, and 10 months later, these issues still persist. Going back to that first day of Live on February 22nd, many people, including myself, were super optimistic. A year ago, we were talking about how PTCGO was an old game, there hadn't been any new features, and lately they'd been removing things like legacy tournaments. How naive we were. Still, a lot of us players suffered momentary lapses in judgment and migrated our entire PTCGO card collections to TCG Live, meaning we could never go back to PTCGO unless we started from scratch. It seemed like a good idea at the time. After all, based on what the Pokemon Company said in September, PTCGO would be a distant memory in just a couple of months. Yeah, that turned out to be a huge mistake. On just the second day of Live's existence, players began reporting issues with code redemption. Since trading is removed from the Pokemon trading card game Live, opening packs is the only reliable way to earn the credits you need to craft new cards. Except the game would eat your codes and award you nothing. So just 3 days after the beta went live, code card redemption went offline, meaning that crafting new cards was impossible for most people. It eventually came back a week later on March 3rd, but if you redeemed a full 10 codes at once, there'd still be issues. Same if you redeemed codes from different sets all at once. Code redemption issues would linger for several more months after this. That was only the tip of the avalanche when it came to problems with Live at launch. If you were to look at Live for 10 seconds, you'd be able to point out several common sense things that should have been addressed before the public ever had a chance to play it. For starters, the avatars are always there, breathing and pulsing and blinking and stealing your soul. Also, what's with all the hexagons? And why are the bench Pokemon so small? And why is the V-Star marker just a thing on the side instead of an actual marker like it is on PTCGO? Plus, you have to deal with gameplay that moves at a snail's pace. The game was so bad that less than a week after downloading it, some really handsome YouTuber who you should all subscribe to talked about how migrating was a massive mistake, a sentiment he carried throughout the entire year. To give you an idea of just how bad the first year of Pokemon TCG Live was, let me show you the difference in features between day 1 and today, day 365. As you can see, they've added nothing in the past year when it comes to new modes or features, despite the original announcement saying they would. Now, let's compare Pokemon TCG Live to PTCGO. Although Live is supposed to be the newer, better version, after 365 days it still doesn't have a true expanded format. You can't do expanded friend battles, there's no GLC format as a result, there's no in-game tournaments, there's no collection viewer. You can't tell who's going first if you miss the coin flip, there's no game log, there's no end screen where you can see your opponent's deck list or add them as a friend, you can't mute your opponent if they decide to spam emotes, you have to manually take your final prize cards instead of it being automatic, and so on and so on. Literally everything I just listed is available in PTCGO, but even after a year, none of this has made its way into Live. It's not like we've been silent or anything. Back in June, the developers responded to a question about adding X and Y in Black and White to Expanded. They said, there is no update on a timeline at this time. There's still no update on that because, despite other card games telling players what's coming, we've never received any sort of roadmap for TCG Live. Legends of Runeterra players, for example, know exactly what's happening over the next 4 to 6 months. We don't know what's happening next week. And what about a game log? In October, the developers said it's on their radar, but can't say it'll actually happen. This is a basic feature a card game like Live should have, but after a year of asking, nothing. Essentially, if there's something you want added to Live, like, I don't know, a landscape mode on mobile, the odds of it happening are slim to none. And here's a scary thought to end this category on. If Pokemon TCG Live doesn't receive a massive update in March, there will be no place to play up-to-date expanded or GLC formats online. That's because PTCGO isn't getting Scarlet and Violet or the tool card errata, and TCG Live doesn't support X and Y or Black and White cards. So I hope you all liked Standard. It's not just the game design that's plagued Pokemon TCG Live since day one. The issues with cards have been plentiful. There's 140 pages worth of issues on the forums, so in order to keep this video under 3 hours, I'll only be talking about a few of them. First
140.
up is one of my favorites, the Naked Avatar. This is something discovered a year ago, and it still pops up from time to time. I figured I'd show it to you first so you can be appropriately scarred. Moving to the cards, the year that Pokemon TCG launched happened to be one of the craziest years in the history of the Pokemon TCG. Brilliant Stars came out day one, and it seemed like every 2 months a new set was adding 100 or 200 new cards. A sobering fact about Live is that the developers have never had a successful set launch. Even with smaller sets like Pokemon Go and Crown Z.
This is the big one for me. This is what, as a content creator, this is what does it for me. There's never been a successful set launch. It's one of the various things that does it for me, but also something that, can you imagine? Like, dude, how am I supposed to feel about, like, if you are expecting to create content on Scarlet and Violet on the day it comes out, there hasn't been a successful set launch on Live yet. You know what I mean? It's like, how am I supposed to bank on that? That's the thing, is I just can't trust the client. I can't depend on the client. So I'm not gonna, because it's not dependable. So so that's why it's like, I'm not gonna try and depend on it because it's not dependable.
There's always been issues, sometimes game-breaking ones. And whenever a new set came out, there was a chance it'd just break other things. There's a lot of major issues still in Live to this day, so I'll highlight just one that's given me multiple headaches. Not being able to select a certain card during deck search. For example, let's say you use Quick Ball. You're supposed to be able to go and get any basic Pokemon from your deck. Except, surprisingly frequently, one of those options won't be selectable. It seems to happen at least once every stream, and it can just cause you to lose the game because you need a Radiant Greninja to draw cards, but the game won't let you get it. Taking it one step further, certain people won't even have any cards show up when they use a deck search card. Live really is like a box of chocolates, you never know what you're gonna get. Another really strange bug that's been going on for months now is the glasses glitch. Basically, you can change the color of your glasses, but after each game they'll go back to the default color. Obviously, they should be spending their time on more important issues, but this is meant as a catch-all. There's so many things wrong with Pokemon TCG Live that an issue people have experienced for several months hasn't even come close to being addressed. I do also want to highlight the Raihan bug. I found the first mention in February 2022, just days after the beta launched. Essentially, if you used Ordinary Rod to shuffle the Pokemon that was knocked out the previous turn back into your deck, Raihan's effect would no longer be triggered. This was a huge glitch that affected a highly playable card. So when did it get fixed? Not until 7 months later in September. Then we have other cards that took months to get fixed. Silene launched in May with Astral Radiance, but it didn't work properly. Instead of allowing you to put any 2 cards from your discard pile on top of your deck, it would only allow you to select the 2 most recent cards that went into your discard pile. Silene became a playable card during that period, but it was effectively unusable in Live. Galarian Mr. Rime V also came out in May, and instead of its attack costing 3 energy, it only cost 1. When were these issues fixed? July, more than 2 months after the launch of Astral Radiance. There's too many examples of this, so I'll mention another. Enamorous V. Guardian of Love is supposed to stop effects of your opponent's abilities done to your Pokemon with Psychic Energy attached. Except it would also protect against your own abilities, creating a situation where you could use Twitch Shooting and Teleon with Bronzong to use Twitch Shooting literally infinitely and win every game as a result. Enamorous V was then banned on September 27th, a few days after the exploit was discovered. It was a similar story with Keldeo and Cobalion from Silver Tempest. They launched in November, never worked properly, and weren't fixed until January. Or how about Lost City? Well, technically Lost City was broken at launch too, but it was broken in another way that took forever to get fixed. Anyways, instead of sending the pre-evolutions to the discard pile when Lost City was in play, or if you just use something like Banette's ability, it would only send the highest evolution. Before you ask, yes, this is not the intended effect. Pre-evolutions are considered a part of the Pokemon, so they should have gone too. That took 3 months to get fixed. In fairness, there were also broken cards that the developers fixed in a fairly timely manner. These include the aforementioned Lost City. So at launch, if you used a card like Avery to simply discard a Pokemon from the field of play, it would be sent to the Lost Zone. Obviously that was an issue because Lost City should only trade her in the event of a knockout. Thankfully, this was fixed in 3 days, same with an issue where Damage Pump wouldn't let you split the damage counters. Using the most recent set, Crown Zenith, as another example, it was discovered almost immediately that Sky Seal Stone was broken. It should only allow basic Pokemon V to take an extra prize card, but it also worked with VMAX Pokemon. The card was banned quickly, and to my surprise, the developers fixed it super quickly. But that was just one broken card from the new set. Kyogre also didn't work. It did the 180 damage, but the damage didn't actually get counted, so you could have a Lumineon V with the 180 damage on it, and it would survive. Unfortunately, more than a month later, the Kyogre issue hasn't even been mentioned by the developers. Even though some of these issues were fixed within days instead of months, it doesn't change the fact that these issues shouldn't be happening in the first place. It's especially bad when you looked over at PTCGO, a game that shouldn't even exist anymore, and the developers are able to add new cards with far less problems.
This game has been in development since Lost Thunder, okay? This game has been in development for over 4 years. All right. So these kinds of, like, if you've been working on something like this for 4 years, the thing is that it feels like the team is they're learning now, right? They're like learning. But the thing is that the job, you have to code new cards every set. So it's like if you can't quickly and effectively code the new cards coming out, then you're constantly playing catch up, then you'll never be able to do the new one. Right? And it's this vicious loop that you get yourself into where if you're not capable of programming the old stuff, then you're not capable of programming the new stuff. And then you're constantly behind and you're never, you see what I'm saying?
Problems. It's not all good news though. Hisuian Zoroark and Galarian Slowking V were banned on December 21st alongside Furry Soda Girl. The Zoroark and Slowking glitch was the same for both cards. If you used their attack and took a knockout on a Pokemon V, then used Echoing Horn the...
Roy, I am not obsessed with PTCGO. I haven't played it in weeks. So, good on you.
Following turn to bring that V back into play, it would get auto KO'd and you take 2 free prizes. You could even do it again that same turn to take 2 more prizes. While Furisode Girl, which allowed you to evolve a basic on turn 1, has been fixed, 2 months later, Zoroark and Slowking are still banned. Now, I know I've talked a lot.
Also, like, dude, I'm not the only one. I am not tripping. I'm literally watching somebody else's experience with the client. Not even mine, bro. like, dude. Like, bro. How often do I need to bring this up? This isn't even my experience. I'm not even talking about my experience. I'm just reporting on other people's experiences. So, anyways, get a life, Roy.
About just how disastrous the Pokemon Go launch was, but I feel like it's worth mentioning again simply because of how absolutely bonkers.
Yeah. I'm watching the person who the biggest live content creator right now. Yes. This is the person who creates the most amount of content on the Pokemon trading card game live. So I want to know their opinions on it. Here we go.
It was. To quickly sum it up, Pokemon Go was supposed to launch on June 30th. While the cards were added to the game, you couldn't actually use them, with Live giving you a "this deck is no longer valid" in standard error. About 29 hours after it was supposed to come out, and 29 hours after it did come out on PTCGO, Pokemon Go cards finally became playable. Except this only broke more things. Instead of just making Pokemon Go legal in standard, they made every card legal in standard. So this meant that you could use a tag team Pokemon like ADP in standard and no one could stop you. But it gets even better. This was the July 4th long weekend, so the developers literally just made everything legal and standard, then pieced out for several days. But wait, there's more! How could this possibly get worse, you ask? On July 2nd, the day after the developers made everything legal, a player discovered that you could build a deck with 7 standard cards and 53 cards from Black and White or X and Y. By doing so, you would automatically win the game. This is because Live doesn't actually support those X and Y or Black and White cards. So you draw your hand of 7 supported cards, then when it's time to place your prize cards, Live glitches out, thinks you've claimed them, and gives you an automatic victory. Because the developers were gone for the long weekend, this meant that for several days, you couldn't play Live because everyone would just use the free win exploit. This was finally fixed on July 6th, 5 days after it was discovered. Oh, and if you thought Pokemon Go was perfect otherwise, Charizard's Burn Brightly ability stacked if you had multiple Charizard in play, so you could create a Scentiscorch deck that discarded 40 cards in one turn. That took about 2 weeks to fix. Obviously, this video is going to be about 95% negative, because, I mean, I am talking about Live's disastrous first year on the market, but there is 5% goodness. Pretty much all of it comes from crafting. When a new set would launch on PTCGO, you either have to spend $500 to open...
This is true. It's like, dude, I wish it was just a matter of like, I wish that like, that this is, I wish that it was just like the client just worked as good as PTCGO and it was just easier to play the game. That's just what everybody wishes, that's just what this was. And obviously it is more affordable to create a deck on this client than it was on PTCGO. And I don't think that PTCGO was sustainable. I'm not even a PTCGO defender. I was PTCGO's biggest critic. Frankly, I thought that PTCGO was a pitiful, outdated client. Frankly, Live is just such a disaster that it doesn't even live up to that. That's the problem. People say like, oh, dang, you love PTCGO, don't you? No, I've always hated it. I've always hated PTCGO. Anyways, I just expect this. PTCGO was serviceable.
$500 packs.
Is it? I thought, okay, I don't want to be like, anyways, if you like this, go back and watch all of his video. I want to make sure that Trust Your Pilot's getting the traction he deserves. I don't want people to like, I don't want to take away from his viewership. But if you thought that was funny, I highly recommend going and watching the whole video for sure, because he does a great job, and I think that he brings up like a lot of fantastic points. Like, definitely go and watch this on your own time. He does a really good job of doing it. I don't want to take away from any of his viewership or anything like that, because he deserves way more. I mean, he's basically doing the work that nobody else is doing, kind of pointing out the things that need fixed and addressed with the Pokemon trading card game Live. So definitely yes, definitely check him out. Give him a sub, give him a follow. Highly recommend it. For sure, but I don't want to take away from his viewership at all. So definitely go check it out. So if you liked what you saw so far, it's a 30-minute video. There's so much to unpack there. I know. It's like he's a Pokemon trading card game Live historian, really, which is like fantastic. So yes, definitely check it out. Bookmark it. It is it's a good watch. It's a good watch. Let's let's do the Champions League, shall we?
基本グループ A をお届けしてたんですが、グループ B の試合です。島田大地さんですね。島田大地現第5期ポケカ四天王も務める島田選手が戦った試合の録画映像を見ていきたいと思います。ルギア対アルセウスですね。
All right, I want to figure out what a good balance is between as we are watching the Champions League. Do you guys want to be able to hear the Japanese commentary in the background at all, even just like lightly, or do you prefer it to be silent with just me talking? Lightly? That's what I was thinking. All right, so I have to find a good balance then for the audio. Okay. How's this sound? Is this okay? Cool. That sound fine? Excellent. Back to the Champions League. We've got Lugia V-Star on the left versus Arceus V-Star. On the right, single strike Lugia V-Star, which we saw in action yesterday. Pretty good. So, a lot to unpack here.
最初のターンの計算で大事になってくるんですよね。なんでエネルギーの確かに数の確認はかなり今のルギアは大事だなっていうふうになおさら思ってますね。さあしっかりと確認しています。ここはルギア V をベンチに出しました。これルギアはね、ルギア V はこう先行を生かして島田選手、しっかり2ターン目にアセンブルスターつなげられるようにできたらいいですよね。はい。
They've got a nest ball, and they're going to grab Lugia, backup Lugia. We've seen quite a few Arceus decks so far, which is crazy, because, you know, in the current state of Standard, there's really, it's just Arceus Duraludon decks that have seen any traction. It looks like Arceus Duraludon is still kind of a popular way to play the deck, though. We got turn 1 Culver's Experiment. Culver's Experiment looking as popular as ever, especially with Marnie rotated. Then, you know, it's just one of the best supporters available to any deck. Digging 5 cards deep, allowing you to keep 3, also letting you maintain your hand is very good, as a lot of decks are just trying to stack hand size. But then, with decks playing cards like Research and Culver's, you can see the value of cards like Judge. And as you can see, Arceus Duraludon no longer has access to the Metal Duraludon V as it rotates out of Standard, so you have to go with the single strike one. Gone are the days of wrong Duraludon V. It's now wrong Duraludon is right Duraludon. Who would have thought? Now they lost zone a double turbo energy with Culver's Experiment and just go for the Trinity Charge to accelerate some energy into play. This dude on the left has got Professor Burnett in the hand, but needs a Lugia V-Star in order to start popping off. And I don't see a Lugia V-Star in that hand right now. So they have to find one. And that's the thing, Evolution Incense is rotated. So is that Daiichi on the left? It does look like Daiichi on the left. Yes, I saw them play at the Oceania International Championships. I do think it's Daiichi. Yeah. It looks like him anyways. So yeah, probably is.
これどうすんだろうな。
If you guys want to see the video that I'm watching, it's right here. If you guys want to follow along yourself. It's the Champions League that happened this past weekend in Japan.
いやー、大変だよな。まあ、できたら運はいいですよね。もしくは、前をなんとか RSSV を突破できれば、スターバース打たせないっていうことで、ジュラルドン V が。
Dude, did he just top deck the Lugia V-Star? Absolutely insane. What a sack. All right, Daiichi. Excellent. There's the Lugia V-Star, baby. That's it. Looks like still going for Luminion, though, to judge. And keep in mind, this, wow, just going to judge, actually. That's crazy. So not going to go for Professor Burnett and get those Lugia into the discard pile. Just going to judge instead. That's wild. I think, yeah, I do think that Daiichi probably just doesn't have an answer to Duraludon VMAX at all.
Arceus 1体でも行きそうですね。いや、行くと思いますね。手札からつけれる分とプライマルターボでつく分で、どうにかストームダイブを使って、相手を止める気はないみたいな考え方で。
So yeah, has to judge him to disrupt the hand. But then doesn't have any Archeops in the discard pile himself. So you can see that look of, well, I think I lose. Yeah, not great. Has to pass. I wonder if it will be just like a scoop if Duraludon it's literally probably just going to be boom Duraludon, right? Using the Tower of Darkness to discard Karen. That's Karen, right? And then there's the Arceus V-Star. So Arceus V-Star will be able to use Starbirth, get whatever 2 cards he wants out of the deck. And that's it. I think that if Daiichi had Path to the Peak in his deck, he would have just gone for Burnett last turn. But I don't think that there is Path to the Peak in Daiichi's deck. Yeah. So then the Arceus Duraludon deck's going to use Starbirth, and I think this is probably GG's. Keep in mind, current Lugia V-Star decks use Yveltal, Amazing Destruction, to take care of Duraludon VMAX. And without Yveltal, yeah, it has to be Path to the Peak. It has to. But then Lugia V-Star also hates Path to the Peak because it stops its summoning star ability from working. So Lugia V-Star probably is not going to play Path to the Peak. It doesn't draw as many cards as Mew does. You can't really get around it. Why not just play Cologne? I mean, you could play Cologne, but are you one-hit KOing a 330 hit point Duraludon VMAX? So you would need 2 Cologne. So then, or a 1-1 Urshifu VMAX, right? Or a 1-1 Duraludon VMAX.
はい、そしてネストボールですかね、今宣言されています。
Yeah, this hand does not look good from Daichi. That's just... I'm thinking this game is over. Do they not scoop in?
返したらギフトエネルギーでこう手札を潤していけるからという。手の山札をすべてトラッシュに置いて、バンド最初に山札
You got an answer there?
でそれで勝とうという。
早く行くプラン、
No.
早く行くプ
Absolutely not.
山札トラッシュのこう機会を減らしているという
チャンスがそもそももらえないという。
ちょっと待ってください。
さあこれで巨大粉砕を
Skip ahead a little bit just to see.
山彦本入ってるんですか今って。
まあこのシュラルドン VMAX、まあ220という打点がやはり
そうか。
うまく
Still playing cards.
早めに勝てるようにというところあるんでしょうね。
確かにな、ミライドン EX とかに、ね、
I don't know. I can't say
そうミライドン視点やっぱり
never scoop.
一発で倒せないんですよ
I don't know.
トランジスタとドラゴン
If I'm looking at this board, I'd consider it.
あのミライドン
Yeah, I-
強いあるんですけど
さあここハイパーボールですかね。
Icky, you clearly didn't watch yesterday's YouTube
こ
video.
れはもう本当に
Yeah.
7打でしかないと思うんで
Of course, single strike is the new best way to play Lugia post rotation.
負けはなくなったと。
これやはり熟練のプレイングですよね。
まあ
You could go for deck out with Tyranitar's first attack, but doesn't Tyranitar get one hit one hit KO'd? It only discards the top two. Oh, it does survive. Okay. But it only mills 2 cards.
背筋のポケモン V をこう崩れたスタジアムでトラッシュしていくという。
All right. So Cragalanche,
お危なかった。
he's out here Cragalanching.
危ないところ。
The Radiant Gardevoir doesn't matter because Duraludon goes through that.
まあ
本当に次の番には
終わっていた。
あーそしてまた悪の塔が出されて。
Echoing Horn. Oh, man. Oh, man. Boss's orders. All right. Good try, Daichi. All right.
最速
Good try. Good try.
とんでもない
これは素晴らしいですね。
Wow.
山彦ホーンがやっぱ2枚入って
The world's finalist
だ
there.
から前のレギュレーションでいうところの
Echoing Horn boss twice in a row.
そういった枠がここに来てるんでしょうね。
いやそうだと思います。やっぱ早めに勝てるようにっていうね、とこですよねきっとね。
いや
I think
よかったですね。
I think Miraidon is kind of trash, honestly. I don't know that Miraidon has any hope. Yeah, I agree. Miraidon more like mid Rhydon. I don't even think it seems good in paper. I think the card seems bad in paper. The dude's only got 220 hit points. Like, it's just getting thrashed by everything.
E のそう一番頭の拡張パックが一撃マスターなんですけど、そこのカードが今この新シリーズのレギュレーション負け G の頭の環境で、いやブイブイ言わせてるんですよ。
すごいですね。
これすごいですよね。
結構最初僕も一撃は結構裏をすくんでたりして遊んでましたね。連撃とかあの辺は。
なるほど。やっぱね、それは嬉しくなっちゃいますね。
そうですね。今日は安岡さんはこう一撃のポケモンたちとバトルしたことは
All right, we got our next match coming up.
まあ今回はそのルギアと当たったバンギラスとかにはどつかれましたけど。
なるほど。ギラティナね持ってかれちゃうぐらいのパワーがねあるんですよね。
はい。なり敗退がバトルを草のこうね敗退が
2日目にはね、残りたいと
The camera angles.
そのためのまず、
Let's go.
松田選手の
All right, we got Lugia versus a crazy lightning deck. I don't even know what I'm looking at on the right there. Wait. This is Rotom, bro. It's Rotom. It's Rotom V-Star, baby. Holy moly. It finally clicked. Like, that's what we got going on here. Rotom V-Star. Oh, man. All right. Hold on to your horses. This is going to be a wild ride.
まあルギア V さんね、雷弱点なんですけど、まあ、逆に言うとトータイプの一変人でカウンターができるみたいな、
なるほど、
一撃型であればという仕組みがあるので、これはちょっとね、どうなるかわかんない。いや、ロトム V スターか、5勝2敗か。いいですね。
すごいですね。ここでまた新たなこのポケモン V スターがフィーチャータグに登場しました。いやー、ロトム V スター、
あんまり雷の一撃っていないと思うので、やっぱりロトム V スターの可能性が。
はい。さあ、
こ
こは、バトルスタートしていきます。ルギア V と空を飛ぶ。
Looks like we've got Rotom Flying Pikachu on the right versus Lugia V-Star on the left.
ロトム V スター見られますね。
And they've got an Ultra Ball. And I think they're okay discarding Flying Pikachu VMAX. They've got two Rotom V-Stars, so they'll let one of those go as well. Looking for a Rotom V. This is certainly a deck that I was not expecting to see at the Champions League, but very cool. It looks like this hand is relatively dead, but there is a Rotom V-Star, which can maybe help draw some cards with its Conversion Star ability. Thank you, Mach 1 Tugboat, for that Prime sub in the 3 months. There you go, Ultra Ball for Miraidon. Now this, in my mind, this is what makes Miraidon good. Is its ability to fetch other Pokemon. I don't know that Miraidon is like the best attacker itself, which is insane. But if you look at Miraidon, how much power creep has happened in the Pokemon TCG in the last 4 years? Let me ask you that. How much power creep has happened in 4 years? Does it count the money? You're right where I'm at. Does anyone play Zacian V right now? Because that's exactly what Miraidon is as an attacker. Thank you, P-Boy Floyd, for the Prime sub in the 33 months. Yeah. Because if you're using Miraidon as an attacker, then you're basically talking about Zacian V. Miraidon's got the same stats as Zacian. Now, the ability is good. That's what I just said, is that the best part of Miraidon is the ability, but I don't think it's a good attacker. You hit 280 with a Pokemon that has 220 hit points and gets one hit KO by anything. All you have to do is breathe on it, and it gets one hit KO'd. It's gone. Miraidon, it's just, I don't know. I'm not buying it. Not everything's getting one. I mean, Giratina V-Star at least has 280 hit points and no weakness. There we go. Electricity generator. 2 lightning energy. Holy moly. There you go.
安岡さんってこのロトム V スターと戦って
2 lightning energy. That
い
rocks.
や一応その大会結構っててなんかロトム V スター勝ってるの見て
I've got that
あったって
Rotom
デッキ
V
あったよね
はい
juiced up, looking good.
昔結構前見たときに
はい
なんか面白いカードだなと思ったんですけど
Wow, they're all set up.
いやきちんとここ
Dang.
勝ち上がってきてるのすごいですよね
すごいですよね。
Yo, and the ability, I forgot about that. The Rotom V's instant charge ability, you just draw 3 cards. Yeah, that's broken, dude. That's busted for sure.
だったりしませんこれって
いや
やっぱり
そうですね
多くの人にとって
さあ
Okay.
即席銃でも使って
Now we got Lugia. You think they're playing Dunsparce? They definitely playing Dunsparce.
はいこのロトム V
Capturing Aroma.
もちろん次の場に進化するためでもあるんですが
Tails.
手札を
Which means they get a basic.
手札をね迎えられる
I'm not sure if that's what they want. You know, the capturing aromas are kind of taking places of evolution
キャプ
incense.
チャーアロマでこれはコインが裏だったため種ポケモンですかね持ってくるところでしょうかノコッチの採用
Ah, straight for the dun. Like, yeah. I want that dude in play for sure.
未来の EX とかも流行デッキなのでね
There's a Blissey in there.
ているというところ
Okay.
なるほど
Ultra Ball array away Serena and Blissey. Don't want the Blissey.
ハピナス V
これ
が
一撃型じゃない
Okay.
フォアボールによってトラッシュされていきましたそうですね
Yeah, Lugia plays Stone Journers
戦う
for sure.
デッキではないかもしれません
なんかそんな感じしてきましたね。ハピナス V ハッピーボンバーでトラッシュのエ
It
ネル
looks
ギー
like
を
Ultra Ball will grab
こう自分につけていくっていうね。
Archeops.
どんどんエネルギーが膨らんでいくんですけど、そこにね、アーケオスのプライマルターボも合わせてあげて、ハピナス V だけでも大ダメージ出せるし、
はい
まあルギア V スターとは弱点が異なるので、それぞれね、ちゃんと役割果たせる。
Hisuian Heavy Ball. We'll see if there's any basic Pokemon. Oh, yeah, there is. Lugia, Serena.
確認にもなりますこのカード
Whole bunch of options to choose from.
輝くアマージョなどがサイドには見られましたこの輝くアマージョの採用も最近多いですよね
そうですね、まあ結構アーケオスの倒され方の一つとして、輝く月光がの月光手裏剣で90ずつ受けて、次の闇波の
Decided to go for the Lugia, and Professor Turo will discard the Archeops and draw 7 cards. It's a strong start with Dunsparce down, Lugia V down. Probably get a nice Read the Wind as well. If you draw into another Archeops, you can Read the Wind the Archeops away, but there is no other Archeops. Yet, we've got a Mega, I don't know, Mesagoza? And Mesagoza Stadium flips a heads. So you can go search your deck for a Pokemon and put it into your hand. Mesagoza can go get that Archeops number 2, baby. And then Read the Wind can discard that Archeops and draw 3 cards. And I think I see a V-Guard in there, which can help the Lugia just have a little bit more survivability, but instead going for the Lucky Energy. And then Read the Wind. Discard Archeops. Has 2 Archeops in the discard pile. Needs to find a Lugia for next turn, and they'll be ready to pop off. Now back on Rotom's side of the field, they're going to go for Mesagoza, and they get a heads. Glorious. They probably want to evolve into some Rotom V-Stars. I know there's already one Rotom V-Star in the hand. They had to Ultra Ball another one away. Could go get Lumini. That's the crazy thing about Mesagoza, is that you just let your opponent go get a supporter card. That's just what happened. You're like, yeah, that's fine. Flip, heads, go get a supporter. Sure. Off of Luminous Sign. I'm going to Ultra Ball away Rotom and Ultra Ball to go get another Pokemon out of their deck. And it's the second Rotom V. So they've got access to 2 Rotom V Star this game. I think that it's probably just a 4-3 Rotom V Star line. That or one's prized. Yeah, I was looking, he's like, where'd my card go? Yeah, there we go. Double Rotom V Star, Luminous Sign. Yeah, where'd my Lumineon go? And it's probably going to be for a research. And then you imagine that after the professor's research, they'll draw into an amount of cards and then use Conversion Star to discard.
そうに見えるので、逆にここペース許してしまうと相手の攻めが先になって、空とピカチュウ V とかね、
And they're going to put down the Articuno as well. Cool.
ネオラント V もいると思うので。
Yeah, they'll try to find as many tools as they can. Here goes one single strike tool off of the professor's research. They get 7.
今何枚あるんですかね。
はい、気になるところです。
もともと80ダメージ出せるので、
Trekking shoes can help dig even more. So there we go. Do you find a tool? Or do you want to keep it? Discard the lightning. Keep the tool. Excellent. Then you can use your V-Star power if you want to discard even more tools. Or you can use Articuno. And you can use your Stadium. Yo, experience share. Okay. Tower of Darkness to discard the scroll. And then it looks like Rotom coming up, ready to use its Scrap Pulse attack. And then let's see how many tool cards we've got in the discard pile. There's 1, 2, just 2? Ah, I want a little bit more than that. Discarding 2 to draw 1 and got another card. So 3 in the discard pile now, and then you could use the V-Star power to get a 4th. With 3 in the discard piles, 40 more damage for each one. So that's 120 plus 80, 200. That's 230. Okay. We got there with the choice belt. 230 damage. That's a knockout. 3 tool cards, all that is needed. Saving the V-Star power, and we're chilling. Okay. The ball is back in Lugia's court. We got Capturing Aroma. They need a heads to go get Lugia V-Star, but it's a tails. Oh, Capturing Aroma. Why?
これだからどういうポケモンでカウンターしていくのかが非常に気になってて、まあ、ルギア V ね、ストームダイブ220ってダメージは出せるんですけど、まあ、それではロトム V さ届きづらい、そこを考えたときにどういうポケモンが相手のロトム V さんにダメージを与えるのか。なるほど。まあ、ポケモン V で突っ込んじゃうと分が悪いかもなので、ある種、一発で倒せなくてもいいからこっちは倒されてもサイドを1枚しか取られないアタッカーとかを挟むことは予想できますよね。なるほど。
Alright, has to get another Lugia V.
ルギア V でいくと。はい。まあ、ルギア V スターでね、残っちもいればより HP も大きく弱点もない。
Do we have a Lugia V-Star? I see Sharon's Care. Oh, don't tell me. Another Read the Wind. No. Oh, God. If it was a heads. Oh, Judge. All right, so we could get it off of these 4 cards. Yo, what's up? We got Trust Your Pilot in the chat. Says, thanks for all the shout-outs and the follow. I can't wait to expose myself to all the new people. Yo, yeah, Trust Your Pilot. I was talking about how awesome your live recap video was. Everybody definitely needs to go watch the whole thing. If they have not already, it's fantastic. I've shown it to so many people. I feel like it perfectly, it's such a perfect summation of the Pokemon trading card game live experience. So you've done a fantastic job with it, and really excited about the content that you're producing and the content that you'll continue to produce. Definitely. Yeah, good stuff, Pilot. Hopefully you're having a busted day. And yes, definitely everybody go check out Trust Your Pilot if you're interested in the ongoings of the Pokemon trading card game live. Trust Your Pilot's got you covered with all the latest bugs and stuff like that, updates, all that. They do a great job of keeping that stuff updated on Twitter as well. So there you go.
キオストラッシュに1ですかね。1でしたっけ。
だったかなと思うんですが、
風読みでトラッシュした分かな。ちょっとすいません、確定じゃないんですけど、
はい、
まあこれで2匹出しできて、まあ、まずアーキオス2匹目をトラッシュしつつ、ルギ
Do they
アになるということ。
Dang.
はい、バトルはルギ
They got the Lugia V-Star off the judge.
アッセンブルスター
What a sec.
順位はアーキオスが2枚
Yeah, there you go. Summoning Star, 2 Archeops.
アーキオスが
That's a pretty cool promo Lugia, not gonna lie.
ここからの特製プライマル
But the crazy thing is, Lugia V-Star doesn't have... Holy moly, this is crazy. It's like, dude, Lugia V-Star doesn't even have powerful colorless energy anymore, but 250 hit points on the Rotom is so low that... was so low that Lugia actually has the knockout, so that's crazy.
侮れないものがあります。
Yeah, Tempest Dive plus 30.
はい
Rotom V-Star only has
250のストームダイブが
250 hit
当
points.
然にナークの塔とかもトラッシュしていけるんで、
Yeah.
さあここはプライ
Dang.
マル
Rotom's so weak, man.
リゲンエネルギーと、ギフトエネルギー、そして今2回目ですね。はい。
It's not worth it.
プライマルターボ山札からエネルギーを2枚まで
There we go. Another energy on the
自分しっか
Lugia.
りと使ってギフトエネルギー、ラッキーエネルギーですね。ラッキーエネルギーもつく。
I know. Rotom's a glass cannon. I like my glass cannons to give up only one prize.
そうな。
こだわりベルトがあったのが非常に良かったですね。
はい、そうですね。
And there we go. Lugia V-Star taking it out for 2 prizes.
対応していたポケモンの道具によって解決することができました。
なるほど。そしてストームダイ
I
ブ
like my
250
glass
ダメージで
cannons.
ロトンブースターを突破。下の選手も
Man, I was reminded of I was reminded of another quote by, I'm not going to go down that rabbit hole, but I was reminded of another quote when I said, I like my glass cannons to give up 1 prize. I was reminded of another quote by a person who said, I like my... Yeah. I believe this was about war heroes. What a terrible quote.
負けじとサイド2枚取っていきます。
これは悪の塔は残し
All right.
残って
And a terrible person.
ストームダイブ
Electricity generator.
ワノスタジアム
Here we go.
かどうか選べる。
Do they find 2 lightning energy?
そしてエレキジェネレーター
Oh, yeah. How about
2
3?
枚見えている2枚未来ドン
Let's go. Powering up that
ね、トラッシュの
Miraidon.
道具全然ないよって時にね、ちゃんとアタッカーとして機能してくれるので。
But Miraidon can't take this knockout. Rotom might be able to get there. But we're going to need a lot more tools in the discard pile.
ここで森の風
For Sealstone, I mean, okay. And a 3rd lightning energy. But at this point, it's like, cool. You're playing the Rotom deck, and... Whoa. Oh, okay, they're using the, all right, for Sealstone. I was like, why in the world would you ever use Rotom V-Star with a 2-card hand? Got it.
ここで V サーバースターアルケミ
You guys see why Rotom V-Star just ain't good? Like, look. You're getting absolutely destroyed by a Lugia. Lugia is supposed to be weak to you. It's just not.
ですね。
Even so, Lugia just better.
はい、この V サーバーをこう選択肢があるっていうのは一つ強みですよね。はい。
Rotom ain't good enough.
呼び出し札でしょう。さあバトル場に出てくるのは未来の EX。
Look, this dude about to do 220 damage.
はい。エレキジェネレータープラス手札からつけるだけでこのフォトムラスターが使える状況になっています。非常に強い動き。
And Worker.
ベンチのルギア V を呼び出す。
Wait, no, that's Serena. All right, never mind. Okay. I see. I thought that was Worker. It was Rainbow. I couldn't tell. 220? All right, so we're going to knock out the Lugia V. So basically, in order, but yeah. All right, so has to go for the Hail Mary 1-hit KO with Rotom V-Star to win the game. That's the only route they have. If Lugia player has a boss's orders or a Serena in his hand, he could bring up the Rotom V-Star and just finish him. Let's go. Mesagoza. Maybe Mesagoza for Luminion? Tails. Denied. Absolutely denied. Instead has to go research. So no Gust. You're telling me there is a chance. There's a chance for the Rotom deck, but they have to get a bunch of tool cards in the loss zone or in the discard pile this turn, and they have only got one right now, I think. So, yeesh. Snorlax make its way onto the bench. And now this player on the left is going to go down to 2 prizes remaining after they knock out this Miraidon. They have got Gust in hand to easily finish the game regardless of situation next turn. Looks like maybe going in with one more Primal Turbo, accelerate some more energy into play. 2 Primal Turbos. And there you go. Alrighty, and that's a big Tempest dive for 250. Discard the Mesagoza. Does the Rotom V-Star have what it takes? Electricity generator. First, we want to thin the deck. Top 5 cards. You can pick 2 lightning you find there. Attach them to your bench Pokemon. No lightning. Okay, we need tool card, Ultra Ball, tool card. Tower of Darkness. Another tool card. That's it. Let's go. Research into the sauce. I think we're about to have 2 tool cards in the discard pile after this research. There we go. Oh, 3 cards. It can totally happen. They've got it for sure. This Lugia is sauced. This Lugia is done for, dude. All they need, what do they need, like 5 tools in the discard pile? They've got 3. It's over, baby. Look at that. Articuno can send 2 down. It's over for sure. Toolbox can get another. You send 3 down, you're doing base. So you need 5 in the discard pile. That's it, right? 5 in the discard pile would be 5 times 4, 200, 280. Yeah. Let's go, Rotom. All right, and I guess the game plan against your Lost Box deck is just to attack with Flying Pikachu. All right, I guess this isn't the worst. There's a V-Guard. Okay, they need 6. Dang it. 6? Rotom stinks. Tower of Darkness, 1 time. Do they have it 1, 2? There's 5. No, that's it with the choice belt. That's it, right? Yeah. So they got it. That's it. Well, they're slow rolling us. They got 5 in the discard pile, bro. You've got win on board. I think we're being slow rolled. Oh, no, this one has experience share. Oh, they're short. Oh, it's an experience share. Y'all are tripping. That's right. Rotom stinks.
ここはスクラップパルス。
30 shorts. Yeah, this is the point. This is the point. All right. I'm gonna give you guys a little secret, okay? I don't know if you guys are ready for the secret. No, I don't think you guys are not ready for the you're not ready for the pro play, bro. Yeah, the pro play is don't play Rotom. The pro play. Well, if you're their opponent, when they play that research, you know that they whiff it, right? You could tell by their body language. You could tell by, you know, they've whiffed it, right? You can tell. So when you can tell that your opponent whiffed what they need for the knockout, sometimes when you can tell, and you can tell often, right? I like to prep my damage counters to keep myself busy. It's like, oh, you didn't get that? Hold up. Let me get my damage counters out. Hold up. Oh, yeah. I'm gonna get my damage counters ready. Have him out there right next to the active. Like, I know. We both know you missed, brother. So I'm just getting ready. Anyways, carrying on. Thank you, DJ Backwards, for that gifted sub. Appreciate you. Not toxic. I'm just speeding things along. I'm just getting things ready so that I'm able to take my turn as quickly as possible. And there you go. GG's. That's it. Lugia V-Star.
おめでとうございます。おめでとうございます。いや、ロトム V スターね、惜しいとこまで行きましたけども。そうですね。いや、でもね、草野選手のこのルギア V スター無色ポケモン。
The real pro move is to not let your opponent know what you have in your hand with their facial expressions. That's the real pro move. But you can always tell, bro. You can always tell. People are so mad, they don't even try. I get it. I don't try either. Like, people don't even try to, for the most part. I do my best in important situations. I do my best, but the real pro move is to never actually whiff. You're right. You can always tell with the amount of time it takes for a move. That's correct, Derek. You could tell with that too. Yeah. You can just tell with how long someone usually takes, right? Because you know when they research, like if they find that game-winning card, it's being windmill slammed. Oh yeah, Dave. People have the funniest tells when they whiff. Like, people, they draw into their hand, and then you could. I'm always like, I'm looking right at your eyes when you draw that hand, and I could tell just by looking at your eyes, I could tell like if you've got it or not. 100%. Literally, because you watch the eyes dart back and forth across the cards, and then like when they don't windmill slam it, you're like, they don't have it. 100%. It's like you have the initial look, and then you could also tell because some people will draw like, they'll draw like 4 cards first, and then you can tell if the card they need is in the first 4 cards, and you can tell that it's not. And then they're like, okay, I really need it out of these next 3. And then it's not there. And then you see the decompression of their inner organs. They're like, it's like a deflating balloon. It's like, yes. It's like a deflating balloon when people miss the card.
V や、レジギガスなどね、見えた構築も面白く、これまた勝ち進んできたというところで、またデイ2へのね、
5勝2敗
進出がまだつながってるというところ。
はい。
ですけど、またこう一つ、
そして、
Yo, we got Koraidon? Quit playing with me. We've got Koraidon, guys. All right, no pre-watchers. Is Koraidon going to win? Dang it, why didn't that work? No pre-watching. All right, I'm going to be right back. I have to take a quick break. Thanks for being here. right. What do we vote? Do we vote on Koraidon winning?
全勝同士の対決
Yo, thanks, Jake, for the 40 months. Appreciate you.
来ましたね
If Koraidon's going first, it's over for sure. And Koraidon, sure enough, is going first. There we go. We've got Koraidon EX featuring Hisuian Arcanine V on the right. Koraidon has this fancy ability that does something, but I don't exactly remember what it is, so I'm gonna look it up. Lo-fi still on? Thanks, chat. Now it's not. What we got? We got Nest Ball. We got another Hisuian Arcanine. Yeah, 2 energy from discard, attach, end turn. That's what it is. Cool. Looks like player on the right is going to use that V-Star power. The Earthen Sealstone Star Alchemy to go get whatever card they want out of the deck and put it into their hand. And, you know, this game's gonna be popping off pretty quick if this player can get some energy accelerated turn 1 going first. I gotta know if they use their V-Star power to get 1 basic energy. I have to. Part of me has to know. I think that. What if they did? V-Guard energy on the active, and then they'll use the ability. I bet they did, and they'll use the ability to end their turn and attach 1 extra energy. So they're threatening a turn 2 knockout on this Arceus. This is Arceus Giratina V-Star. And, of course, they always have... I gotta say, all right, dude. Why do Arceus always have the turn 1 Trinity Charge? Like, what the... What the heck, man? Nothing kills my vibe more than Arceus always having the turn 1 Trinity Charge. Could you just not have the turn 1 double turbo Arceus V in the discard pile just one time? Impossible, honestly. Literally, never. Could never imagine it. Yes. They always have it, bro.
V ガードエネルギーっていうのは結構大きい要素なんじゃないかなと改めて思ってるところです。
Now they're considering a judge, but they've got the Arceus V-Star in hand, so it looks like they're just gonna jam some energy onto the benched Giratina V and then hold it there. Like, imagine this matchup is so one-sided. If they don't get the turn 1 Trinity Charge, this matchup is like over. But the turn 1 Trinity Charge, now they're totally in the game. They've got Psychic Grass and a Lightning. So who knows what that lightning energy is for. Gotta love those sleeves that they're rocking with that. What is that? Is that Clara and Galarian Slowking? Yeah, that owns for sure. And then Galarian Surfetched. I gotta say, everybody in Japan, they love the artwork sleeves, don't they? They all play with the art. I mean, not everybody, but a significant amount of players play with the artwork sleeves in Japan, I've noticed. There we go. Yeah, thank you, Awkward Color, for picking that stuff up. I appreciate it. We got the Rock Guard, but used concealed cards to discard a basic energy. Need another basic energy in order to attack this turn, and there it is. I gotta look up what this card does. Let's go to Scarlet and Violet. Translations, Poke Beach. Okay. Scroll. Gardevoir. Koraidon. Okay. Wild Impact. 220 during your... I don't know why I looked that up. All right. It does 220 damage during your next turn. You can't attack. Of course it does. I don't know why I had to bother looking that up. Okay. What else could it possibly do? Here we go. 220 damage. And 2 prizes.
そうここで近江選手がそのロストインパクトで返すってパターンがあるんですけど、V ガードエネルギーと岩の胸当てのおかげで HP230 のコライド EX はそれを耐えるんです。
Well, they've got Giratina V-Star, but the thing is, okay, so Koraidon right now has the Rock Guard on it. I don't know exactly what it's called, if it's called Rock Guard, but let's take a look at that card real quick. Rock Chest Plate. The fighting Pokemon this card is attached to takes 30 less damage. So it's taking minus 60. And it has a base 230 hit points. Yo, 290? Oh! It lives! What the heck, bro? All right, so you're telling me this thing's going to live through a Lost Impact? That's crazy. Okay. Maybe this game ain't over yet. With the V-Guard energy doing minus 30 and the Rock Chest Plate doing minus 30. That's minus 60 with the 230 hit points. That's an effective 290 HP, which means that this dude's going to be pretty difficult to knock out. Yeah, now, if the player on the left can get Giratina V-Star and Lost Vacuum and a third energy, I mean, it's a 3-card combo. They do have their V-Star power still, but there's no guarantee that this deck even plays Lost Vacuum. They probably just have to hit one of the pieces and then can V-Star for the other two if they have Lost Vacuum in the deck. But I don't see any... Well, I see the energy, actually. So there's the energy. If they have Lost Vacuum in the deck, they can V-Star for Giratina Lost Vacuum, take this knockout. So here we go. Starbirth will get whatever 2 cards they want out of the deck. And here's the moment of truth. Is there a Lost Vacuum in this deck list? They grab those cards pretty quick. It's almost like that was just Giratina Lost Vacuum. Might have been... Wasn't a lot to think about there. Or Choice Belt. True, Choice Belt will just do it too. Probably, more likely Choice Belt. Oh, belts don't work on the EXs. Never mind then. All right. Haha. Has to be Lost Vacuum. Yes. Here it is! Oh, no, it's not it. There it is! The Lost Vacuum! What a sack!
さあこれでロストインパクト気絶させることができるようになりました。対策を乗り越えていってますね。
And they're gonna put the full face guard on the Tina? Dang, dude, he's a tanky Tina. But oof! Yeah, gonna lost on the energy off the Arceus. This Tina is looking like it's going to be able to go the distance right now. And after a judge to 4 cards, will the Koraidon Arcanine deck be able to respond? No chance, dude. Listen, in order to accelerate energy, this deck has to end the turn. There's absolutely no shot, brother. Ultra Ball discarding 2 cards. Go get a card out of the deck.
ジャッジマンをハイパーボールでトラッシュしてるので
It's another Koraidon. You gotta waste a turn just using Koraidon.
さあ
All right.
使われたジャッジマンによって
If they have a V-Guard energy, then at least the Arcanine might be able to survive.
バトルバックが輝く月光が、そしてベンチには翡翠ウィンディ V が2匹、コライドン EX となっていますが、ただエネルギーが
No, see, Knife Laugh Love. Nobody looked ahead in order to bet because I said no pre-watching. Yeah. No way. Everybody definitely. Come on. Who would lie or break the rules? Nobody does that. Yeah, I said no pre-watching. Come on.
でいません。ここをディノくらいでカバーしていくか。
博士の研究。
博士の研究。7枚引いていきます。
There we go. Professor Seda, discard the hand, draw 7 cards.
ブイスターも輝く月光がにロストインパクトはあんま使いたくないと思うので、大見選手としてはうまくボスの指令
We've got 2 basic fighting, 3 basic fighting in the discard pile.
なるほど。
水野選手からするとそれでエネルギーを固めた
V-Guard energy. There we go. That's big. You can't knock out this one.
一匹にね、エネルギーを集めることも可能なので、
Okay.
うまいこと散らしながらこうやっていくのがいい。
And then Radiant Greninja 1 time to discard a fighting and draw 2 more.
そして岩の胸当てがついてる方につきましたね。はい、これによってこの翡翠ウィンディ V
Got another rock chest plate. And I think we're eyeing up a Dino Cry
さあ岩の胸当てがまた
to accelerate 2 more fighting energy.
枚数採用されている。
There we go. Dino Cry it
そし
is.
てディノくらい。はい、ここはですね。
There's no way the Giratina player has another lost vacuum. I couldn't see it.
まあ V ガードエネルギーと岩の胸当てへの信頼ですよね。これで
Now they've got a teeny tiny little hand. But then there's Beaverell. What a game changer.
逆に散らした時にその散らした1個分のエネルギーが呼び出した
And they can use Industrious Incisors to fill their hand. They've also got Arven.
ここはちゃんと
Wow.
V ガードエネルギーがついたこと大きかったんじゃないかなと思う。
Industrious Incisors for 2.
さあ対する近江選手、働く前まで
What do they get?
ここは近江選手全然アルセスブイスターにエネルギーつけてまたトリニティノバ使えそうな流れにする
And it looks like, yo, they got the Serena, but that can only draw cards.
ここはセレナで
Unless they want to gust the Pokemon V, but it looks like they are going to draw cards.
エネルギーが欲しいんですよね。
Yes, you could gust an Arcanine.
かどうかセレナをトラッシュ。
3枚ねトラッシュしましたね。
But they need an energy to attack, so they can't just gust.
手札がね5枚になるように。
Do they find the energy? Yo, I'm saying no.
さあネストボール。
I don't think they've got the energy to.
山札から種ポケモンをベンチに出すことができます。
I think
さあお互いにこのフルフェイスガードもついていて、
I think it's going to be a whiff turn,
こう待機を考えられたこうデッキ同士の対決とも
which is going to put this Hisuian Arcanine player
ここはじっくりと見て空を飛ぶピカチュウ
in an
が
extremely favorable position.
雷タイプなんですけどね、抵抗力が同タイプ。まあ弱点は
Looks like that lightning energy in the deck is for Flying Pikachu. Good card.
結構ありますよね。相手が種ポケモン中心のデッキで
Flying Pikachu could low-key be problematic for the Arcanine deck. It is all basics, so
現在水野選手の場には
to be fair though,
出ています。
the Arcanine deck is a long, or the Arceus deck is a long way from using Trinity Nova right now. All right, that's minus 40 damage on the Giratina. That's a lot. That's a lot of damage.
ここは番を返していきました。ここはエネルギー引けずといったところ
So now we're back over at Arcanine.
そして水野選手。この水野選手はこの空とピカチュウ VMAX どう対処していくか V のうちに倒していくという戦略もありえますが、
そうですね。
はい。
And
このまま投エネルギー1個つけるだけの
Hisuian Arcanine. Let's pull up that card.
ちょっと足りないかな。はい。
Does some damage plus more damage if there's fighting energy, something like that. Rock bullets. It takes 4 energy to attack with Arcanine? Holy smokes.
ダメージがちょっと伸び悩んでるところですよね。
So there we go. 90 plus 30 more for each fighting. So 369. You're only doing 180 damage for 4 with a V-Guard energy. So they're just gonna Koraidon again. Yo! Woo! There he is. He's huge. All right, so the whole idea is to just put as much energy as possible on the Arcanine. He's like, yo, can I read that? Yeah, I feel that for sure. So now he's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 5. 5 times 3 is 150 plus 90, 240. It's still not even close to a knockout on this Giratina. Not even remotely close. Arvin will search for an item card and a tool card. I mentioned the item cards. You just get an Ultra Ball so that you could draw more cards. Escape rope. Escape rope and choice. Oh, boy. Now, the choice belt didn't work on the Koraidon, but it does work on the Arcanines. So, yeesh. Escape rope doesn't feel good. Ugh. Giving up Koraidon? I mean, I guess. Still has to find an energy, though, and they lost zone 2 energy. But if they find a double turbo energy, then they could just attack back-to-back turns. And there it is right there. Okay. Now they Industrious Incisor, so by promoting the Koraidon, they can just take a knockout on this, which is tough. I almost would have preferred that they just promote. I would have preferred that they promoted the Arcanine with the V-Guard, I think. Because if you promote the Arcanine with the V-Guard, they don't take a knockout, and then you can maybe find another V-Guard and switch into a new Arcanine. Right.
なかなか綺麗にいいエネルギーを引けたかなというところですね。そうですね。このダブルターボエネルギー、アルセウス V スターがこうトニティノバを使っていくためにこうあるような印象は受けるんですが、ここでしっかりとロストインパクトのロストゾーンに置いていくエネルギー。
Yeah, you know what, Brandon? I would love to play in a Japanese tournament, but I think that there's a lottery system just to enter, so I mean, it seems like extremely difficult. Oh, I did forget about Lake Acuity. True.
ダメージを負ったら入れ替えて別の翡翠ウィンディ V が獅子奮陣でエネルギーを固めてまた攻めていくみたいな形しなきゃいけないんですけど、まあちょっとねギラティナ V スターのロストインパクトを耐えるには岩の胸当てと V がね
So they got Lake Acuity and yeah, they're taking minus 80 damage. Serena up, Flying Pikachu. All right, just boss game. It's all we need.
はい、このダメージ計算の今何個だろうね。はいはいはい。今5個。
There we go.
5か6か。はい、5か。5だと100。
Arcanine taking out the Flying Peak. This is a 2 prize game. Does Giratina have the game-winning boss's orders? Yeah, they do. All right, come on. Energy boss. Hey, what a slow roll! Hey, what the heck, man? Giratina's too good. So sad. All right, GG's. Man, no fun.
面白かったんですけど動きは最後ねこうギラティナ V スターにうまいこと大ダメージで決められてしまうというところでしたね。いや
まさにエネルギーと呼び出し手段といったところで、いやそうか本当にギラティナ V スターのこうパワーっていうのは止まらないですね。
そうですね。3エネで280というね、かなり。
Now, what are we learning about the spicy decks, chat? Yeah, Ahmed, I'm sorry to hear about that. Your experience at Knoxville, it's messed up. Hopefully, the people in charge are reading that because it's messed up, man. Now, what have we learned about the... Yes, of course, Ahmed, of course. What do we learn about the spicy decks? Go ahead. Anybody? What do we learn about the spicy decks? They all lose to Giratina. That's right. They lose to Giratina. Yeah. Spicy, bad. Giratina, good. See? This is very important. Lugia, good. Giratina, good. Spicy deck, bad.
そういったそこをその地元から一緒に来る方であったりとか、
Yo, we actually get a shot of the tournament hall? What the heck?
っていう方もいる。その中で今回参加したのはおそらく5人だったっていうようなことだと思うんですけれども、そういったそこをその地元から一緒に来る方であったりとか、あとはもう前回大会で知り合って、
Cool!
愛知で集合して第一ホテルで会ってで練習して今大会臨んでいるなんていう方もいらっしゃって、それぞれの思いを持ってこの大会挑んでいるなというふうに感じますね。
いやー、なんかまあたまにねこう。
How many bathrooms do you guys think they have? How many stalls? You think they got enough there?
こういう場所で出会うみたいな人間関係とかもあるとすごいいいですよね。
そうですね。
Of course it's my concern. You ever been to any of these regional championships? You know what I'm not seeing? A line wrapping around around the room for the bathroom. One, it's a huge trough.
もうこのなんていうんでしょう、応募がね、ポケモンカードゲームチャンピオンズリーグは、毎回その事前にあるんですけれども、
Yo, look at those. They got big fans. Okay.
その応募が始まる前からですね、会社の方に有給の申請をして、参加してらっしゃるという方もいらっしゃってですね、で、2人で、有給申請して、1人の方は今回参加していて、1人の方は残念ながら参加できなくて、
Yeah, I'm with Tweed on that one.
付き添いで練習相手として愛知まで来て、で昨日夜遅くまで練習をして、で1人の方は参加されたわけですが、もう一人の方は名古屋のちょっと店舗などにちょっと観光
This is sick.
も含めてちょっと名古屋もね有名なプレイヤーの方が、運営しているカードの、店舗などもあったりもしますので、
そうですよね。名古屋はかなり元気がある印象があります。
I had to scope out the tournament hall. I've been watching this whole time. I haven't actually seen a view of the tournament hall yet.
画面右側ですね、少し捉えていた視点の一戦で戦ってきました山口義行選手。
We got another match coming up.
戦いということで。
Let's go.
7勝2敗でデイ2進出と。
なるほど。
Card rush.
その最終戦で平田優也。
Wait. You're telling me that Pokemon Japan lets them wear sponsored material on their streams, but the Pokemon Company International doesn't? Hold up. All right, TPCI. What's up? Huh? What's up with it? How come I can't wear my full grip shirt? How come I can't wear my Tricky Gym shirt? They got Card Rush right there. I see it. No, and you know what? Everybody on stream in the Japanese tournament looks nice. And we all look like We look like we're at the Mickey Mouse tournament, all wearing our Pokemon shirts. Listen, we don't look cool. We don't look cool in the free shirts, bro. We don't. We look like Mickey Mouse. We look like a Mickey Mouse convention. It's so sick because I go back there. Well, almost everybody just pulls the shirt over whatever they're wearing. But I refuse to do that because that looks ridiculous, right? So I always ask the production team, I'm like, do you guys have a place for me to be able to change my shirt? And they're always like, yeah, you can kind of like hide behind the screen over there. They're like, yeah, just go into the corner over there. You're chill. Imagine if there was like... like I'm comfortable with that, but I can imagine a lot of people not being comfortable with that. Well, because they don't have a place for you to change either. Yeah. So, anyways. I'm just saying, there's Card Rush Pros right there. Where do you go to change your shirt? Usually you just find a corner back there and just get it done. But most people don't. Most people just pull the shirt over whatever they're wearing.
選手は惜しくもJ2を逃したということがありました。そういったただちょっとこう目元なんか笑顔が見えているかなと。
いやいい雰囲気ですね。
やはりこの四天王として公式のホームページであったり公式の配信などに幾度となく参加されている画面右側山口義行選手6勝2敗で迎えます。前回大会の京都と同じ状況ですね。勝てば Day2、同じく画面左側田中幸太郎選手、前回のその平田
I will say the Pokemon Company International does make it very inconvenient for players trying to make a living playing their game by nixing the sponsors for sure.
優也選手と同じ立場山口義行選手に勝てば明日に進出するという7勝2敗になるというこの正念場、今までのポケモンカードゲーム人生すべてをぶつけるというようなちょっとそれぞれの選手、特に田中選手にとっては井上さん大一番になりそうですね。
いやそうですよね。ここ勝ったら明日もですからね。
どちらの
そうですね。しっかりと全力出した対戦ができるといいですよね。
This person on the left got logos as well.
から戦いを続けています。今時刻はもう間もなくですね。16時蹴ってきた。
そうです。本当にもう走り切ってるだけでやっぱすごいですね。
Yeah, look at that.
ですよね。
Look at that.
それ山口選手はかなりこう対戦の中で表情をあまり変えていないなと。いうような印象に見えます。これまでの大会でもかなり実績を残してきたという山口義行選手です。チャンピオンズリーグ今回制覇なるかというようなチャレンジもあります。さあシャッフルが終わって
Okay, here we go. Looks like we've got Eric Sleeves.
じゃんけんです。
じゃんけんぽん。
先行後攻が決まります。さあ先行山口義行選手。そして高校田中選手ということになります。そしてバトル版の
Erica Sleeves versus White Sleeves。
そうですね。何でスタートするのかっていうところ。
Oh, the backdrop is epic. I mean, yeah, for sure.
ちょっとお互いのデッキこの配信上少し見えていたんですが、やはり
And it's a Lugia mirror. Dang, dude. Didn't take us very long, man.
まずですね。
はい。
But we finally got here.
もちろんまずですね。
お互いにまずですね。
非常に重要な、サイドもそうですが最初の手札、そしてバトル場にすでに種ポケモンがいる状況になりました。そしてジャッジがタイマーに手をかける。 もう間もなく
Dang, they got a lot of build up.
画面
Okay.
左側田中幸太郎
Lugia
選手
Mirror.
ここまで6勝2敗ルギア V から
I
のスタ
suspect
ート
that
です
this match
画
is
面
going
右
to
側同じく6勝2敗
come down to
ポケカ四天王
which player sets up first.
さあまずアロマキャプチャーアロマから
And getting your Lugia, getting your Archeops into the discard pile is not necessarily a guarantee in this post-rotation format because Evolution Incense gone, so it's not quite as consistent as it was before.
そうですね。なんか個人的には
Looks like the capturing aroma flip tails will grab that nice
使っていったりとか
alt art Lugia
入
V.
れ替えなきゃいけないじゃないですか。っていうのがまあまああるかなとは思うんですけれども、
Dang, that's a blinged
た
out
だこれ
hand.
キャプチャーアロマでしっかりとギア V も後ろに出しているので、まあこの次の番以降、このレギュア V を育てていったりとかできればいいのかなとは思いますね。
So much gold everywhere, but not the Tyrannitars. Y'all are. I haven't seen a single alt art Tyrannitar this whole stream. Where are they? Where are the Tyrannitars? Y'all are lacking.
このデッキレシピをよく見るんですが、この口さん、一エンジンの狙いというのは役割というのはどんなところになるんでしょうか。
やはり、今回の大会でも結構見たと思うんです。ミロイドン EX だったりとか、でその雷タイプのポケモンやはり出てきますので、それに対して一エンジンを当てていくっていうのがいい動きなのかなと思います。
Just checking their prizes, making sure they have access to everything. Oh yeah, I still got the Japanese volume 100% up. We'll turn that down a little bit. Okay, there we go.
これでミライドン EX だったりとか、そのレジエレキ VMAX を倒していくというのが
Okay. They're going to get to Lugia V and shuffle up. And then it looks like they've got some single strike energy in the hand. I don't know if they have any way to get an Archeops in the discard pile, though, which is certainly the hardest part these days. A lot of the lists are playing Professor Burnett's, which you can use Luminion to search out, and it discards 2 cards from your deck. It's just going to be V-Guard energy on Lugia and pass. I'd venture to say that this player going second is actually favored because they can read the wind, so not only will they... Yo, and they got the turn 1, Burnett! Burr, 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 burr. There you go. Air horn, turn 1 Burnett. Crazy, popping off. There you go. Professor Burnett, supporter card that lets you just put 2 cards from your deck straight to the discard pile. I can't stress enough, it's much more difficult to get 2 Archeops in the discard pile turn 1 post-rotation than it is in your current standard formats. So Professor Burnett's is pretty much a must-have in your post-rotation Lugia V-Star decks.
まあゆっくりとした立ち上がりかなと思いますね。まあ田中選手もバーネット良かったんで。
And they can read the wind? Oh yeah, I got my money on player on the left. They didn't even read the wind! Holy smokes. The hand is so juiced that every card in that hand is better than 3 cards off the top. Every single card in that hand is juice. Must be. All right, Jake. I'm gonna take your bait. All right, I see you trying with the bait. I'm gonna take it. Yes, Burnett is necessary in Lugia list post rotation because it's so difficult to get Archeops in the discard pile that your most consistent play to do so is Luminion for Burnett to discard them. Yes. It's your most... Yeah, of course it's not great the rest of the game. But also, Lugia doesn't really need to play any draw supporters once it sets up. So... Yeah, Burnett's like an essential card post-rotation. 100%. And it'll also just thin your deck of bad cards. If you do have it later in the game, you could just play it to thin dead cards to increase your odds of getting a top deck. Because you're thinning, like as a Lugia deck, you're constantly thinning your deck by sucking the energy out of the deck and putting them into play with Archeops. then Burnett can further thin your deck, getting rid of. Yeah, I think Burnett's a total requirement post rotation. Yeah. In order for the deck to be even remotely consistent enough. Right. Yeah, Burnett might not be great later in the game, but if you don't start the game, then there is no later in the game. Yeah, thanks, Aaron. I appreciate that. They got the Mezagoza. They flipped ahead so they can get a Pokemon out of their deck. But again, this player on the right has to figure out a way to get some Archeops in the discard pile. They've got a research, actually. So they could play that and discard a single strike energy and a earn a vitality. But, I mean, pretty much in order to launch an attack this turn, you would need to have 2 Archeops and an Ultra Ball. And it's like the odds of just pulling that off of the research are low. Think about, okay. All right. I want you guys to think about this. Think about every time your Lugia opponent has ever used a Quick Ball to put an Archeops in the discard pile. Okay? Are you thinking about that? Think about every single time you've ever seen an opponent use a Quick Ball to put an Archeops in the discard pile. Now, think about every time your opponent has ever used an Evolution Incense to get an Archeops or a Lugia V-Star. Now, think about playing against Lugia when they can't do that. The deck gets so much worse. Yeah, also Aurora energy. The deck gets so much worse. It's like so much less consistent. Yes. The deck's consistency goes from like here to like the pits. The absolute pits.
なんかお互いにやっぱりルギア V スターデッキ同士の戦いなので、先にやっぱ進化した方が強いですし、そのペース握れるのかな。
We've got Nest Ball, right? And it's like Nest Ball can't discard an Archeops. It's just the deck is much less brutally fast and consistent than it is pre-rotation. Still good, but more balanced. Got a Capturing Aroma. And it's a Tails, so they'll get a basic Pokemon and put it into their hand. Looks like the basic Pokemon of choice is something. I didn't get to see it. But we'll probably see it momentarily. They do have Lugia V-Star. They have Radiant Gardevoir, but no Archeops in the discard pile. And now they're going to use Mesagoza. And if they flip ahead, they could just go get Lugia V-Star. Now, keep in mind, this player did not use Read the Wind last turn. For some reason. And we've got Luminion. We'll go get Professor's Research. Professor's Research will discard the hand and draw 7 cards. Cool. And there's double turbo energy and research. All right, I can see at least 3 cards there that should have been winded away. There we go. Research 7 cards. Do they find a Lugia V-Star? Windmill Slam it. Windmill Slam. Come on, give me the windmill slam. All right, there's an Ultra Ball. Okay. Discarding Ultra Ball and Tower of Darkness will, without a doubt, go get Lugia V-Star. And then... There we go. Now they can use Summoning Star. Cha-ching. Go get those 2 Archeops onto the bench. And now they are free to accelerate a ton of energy into play every turn. I mean, 4 energy from the deck into play every single turn. You just pull off your neat little trick. And now you are ready to just jam this board pack full of energy. Primal Turbo number 2 will get a gift energy. And it looks like they plan on attacking with the Stonejourner. Just promoting a single prize Pokemon. Don't want their Lugia to get knocked out for 2 prizes. That makes sense. Stonejourner can knock out Stonejourner, so retreat. And the Great Stonejourner Wars. There we go. Stonejourner's attack does base 120 with 2 single strike energy. It does 160 damage, enough to take a knockout. But still no Archeops in the discard pile for the player on the right, so they're going to go for Mesagoza, and it's a heads. But they need an Ultra Ball or something to get these Archeops into the discard pile. And you can only play 4 Ultra Ball in your deck. So do they have an Ultra Ball? They got to read. Oh, this is terrible. They got to read. Why won't it read? All right, here we go. Looks like it's going to have to read the wind for 3. Now this Stonejourner cannot use its second attack again this next turn. Oh, there goes Tyranitar, so we'll see if there's any other single strike energy in the deck. Maybe this Tyranitar V can just take a knockout on the Lugia V. Also, Lugia V-Star can just take an easy knockout on the Lugia V as well. So both those are options, but we'll see where they go. Looks like 1 single strike energy onto Tyranitar V. And then maybe 2 energy down off the first one. But they are going straight for the second Primal Turbo. So they've got 3 energy onto Tyranitar. A V-Guard energy, a single strike energy, and a regenerative energy? Is that what that is? So Tyranitar, I'm pretty sure, needs 2 single strike energy. Oh, so there's 1 from hand. Okay. And there we go. The retreat and single strike crush for 240 damage plus 40 because of the single strike energies will be dealing 280 damage for the knockout. And that Lugia V goes down. This player on the right's promoting Lugia V-Star with a V-Guard energy on it. And in order to take a knockout on a Lugia V-Star, they would need all 4 single strike energy. They are certainly in a bad spot. Oh my gosh, they have 2 Ultra Ball prized. Oh yeah, they're bodied, dude. This player on the right is probably like, why haven't I seen an Ultra Ball yet? Imagine trying to get 2 Archeops in the discard pile without Ultra Ball. I mean, yeah, it just seems bad.
結果ルギア V を手札に加えるということにはなりましたが、なかなか進めていけない。
No Ultra Ball. Ain't no way to. No way to get those Archeops in the discard pile. Are they going to have to do one? Oh, that's so bad. But yeah, they're like, I guess. I mean, it's so bad. But what's the alternative? Not attacking? Player on the right is just totally bodied. In Nest Ball, maybe get another Pokemon out. Tyranitar or something. You could kind of just play it out and maybe just hope that your opponent kind of runs out of resources, I guess. Feels bad, though. So they can accelerate 2 energies onto the Lugia V-Star. But the Lugia V-Star, well, okay, it does have Radiant Gardevoir out, so with V-Guard energy, it is impossible to knock out the Lugia right now. So they're going to Tempest Dive and discard their own Messagosa for 200 damage. And then, I mean, that's the thing about Single Strike Crush, is that you have to discard the top 4 cards of your deck every time you use it. So Single Strike Crush and then not taking a knockout with it certainly feels very bad. But they're probably just going to go boss game. That just would probably, yeah. Serena up, your Tyranitar. Yeah, let's get that dude out of there. And then we'll just Single Strike Crush, 4 cards, see you later. 1 prize remaining. So it'd be a good time to Roxanne or something. That would be, that'd be great. Oh yeah, the Tyranitar has a V-Guard, so it was only 170 damage the turn previous. We got our Primal Turbo. Can accelerate 2 more special energy from the deck. We'll see if this player on the right has access to a Roxanne. Come on, where's the Roxanne? He ain't got no Roxanne, definitely not. Capturing Aroma for a basic could get, I guess it's looking like Tyranitar. I say could get Luminion for Roxanne. But as it is right now, this player on the left will need boss's orders in order to win. Oh, I definitely don't want to play a deck that has Capturing Aroma in it. 100%. I could not see it. Yeah. Post-rotation, I ain't playing no Capturing Aroma. Absolutely not. They're going to go for Messagosa. They just flipped the coin like out of left field. Oh my gosh. They literally flipped the coin. Oh my gosh. Aggressive flipping. This is how I win. Thank you, Dull Newt, for the Prime sub in the 5 months. Over the class, I think they were trying to get their opponent's eye out. Projectile flipping. 地上からの攻撃は空から、地上からの攻撃の後は空から、ルギア V スターにエネルギーがついていく。ここどうでしょう、井上さん、田中選手の、動き、はい、この後、エネルギーが潤沢についていたバンギラス V が気絶しました。はい、ここから残り8分、この番、ここ5回目の番は何が求められるでしょうか。I feel like there's a difference between playing coin flip cards to like enhance your win outs against playing coin flip cards because you need them for your deck to function. It feels different. Like cramomatics feel different than capturing aromas for sure.
エルギアブースターしっかりはダメージ出せるようにするのかっていうところ2択なんですけど、まあどちらにしろポケモンの部位はベンチに置きたいですね。表が出たので進化ポケモンか。はい。
Yeah, Cramomatic can just thin your hand down, precisely, which lets you draw more, precisely. Right, even if you fail, you might just draw what you need off of Fusion Strike system.
ルギア V 持ってくるか、バンゲラス V 持ってくるか、ネオラント V 持ってくるかですね。はい。なんだろう。ルギア V。ルギア V です。あ、ルギアか。
All right, we got Tower of Darkness Luminion, and here we go. Here comes the game-winning bosses. Oh. Never mind. Wait. That ain't no boss's orders. Wait. Where's the boss's orders? Okay, so you're saying that there's a chance. They did research into, I think, like 2 urns, though. So they're going to shuffle all 4 single strike energy back into the deck. That's crazy. Single strike energy have been recuperated. So you're saying there is a chance. There is definitely a chance. All right, a little Archeops action there. And then Tempest Dive. There they are, doing the math. Okay. Now, they can't attack with this Lugia again, but they already showed that they don't have boss's orders. So, at this point, you just keep pivoting into new attackers. You can't ever put Tyranitar up unless it's for the game-winning play. You just have to go into a new Lugia. But you need a 3rd Lugia. So you need not only... It's not great. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what the route is. Well, yeah, I'm not exactly sure what the route is here. All they have to do is just keep putting pressure on and then win the game with Stone Journer. Yeah, you gotta retreat. You have to. You can't attack with the Tyranitar. You saw them just put those 4 single strike energy back into the deck. You know they'll just knock out your guy with Stone Journer. So it's like they know that they're stuck. They have to go in with Lugia. But there's no out. I mean, they're only out. They have to have a 3rd Lugia V-Star. All right, so they're going to go up with Lugia, and then they're going to Tempest Dive. Yo, Eviltal? Let's go. Yo, the single strike Eviltal, and they're going to... What? Okay, and they just collapsed Stadium away. Their damaged Lugia like it was nothing. It's crazy. And they got the single strike Eviltal, which I guess can one-hit KO Muse. Or like or Gardevoir. It can one-hit KO Gardevoir, dude. Y'all are haters. 3 single strike energy, one-hit KO Guardy. Easy peasy. Yeah, you guys are total haters. There we go. Tempest Dive. Keep the collapsed. 170 damage. Tower of Darkness. Is there a way to get through this Lugia? Nest Ball. Let's check the deck. Another Tyranitar! Single Strike Energy number 1. And they're playing quick. Their pace is increased. 2 more Single Strike Energy. And the final Primal Turbo. That is 4 Single Strike Energy. Which means that Single Strike Crush is going to be doing 320 damage. But it's still not a knockout, actually. Oh, but with this arena! They bring Tyranitar into the active spot, and then here we go! Single Strike Crush for 320 damage. And that's the game winner, folks. Tyranitar versus Tyranitar. Lugia! Let's go, chat. Let's go. We got one more game during this day. No. All right, that's it for day 1.
Premium 会員の登録は今からでも間に合いますので、ぜひご覧いただければと思います。ということで、Day1 ね、長い時間皆さん見ていただいてありがとうございました。それでは明日の配信でお会いしましょう。さようなら。
ありがとうございました。
また明日。また明日。
また明日。
All right. We've done it. Day 1 is in the books, chat. Day 1 of the Champions League. If only we had day 2. Oh, wait. Let's go. I got your day 2 for you right here. Let's go. Now things are about to get serious. 10 more hours. Let's go. Yeah, things are only heating up here at the Tricky Watch Party.
I want
to see more of the event hall.
改めてこのポケモンカードゲームチャンピオンズリーグ2023愛知今回の雰囲気など感想いかがでしょう？
そうですね、たくさんの人たちが参加していて熱気も伝わってきましたし、やっぱりね、このイベントにかける思いっていうのがすごく伝わってくるいい一日だったということで、まあ、今日はね2日目ということで昨日勝ち上がった人たちのプレーとかも見れるので、とても楽しみです。
そうですね、マスターリーグはさらに熱い戦いが予想されますし、大地さん、今日はシニアリーグ、ジュニアリーグ、そしてオープンリーグも開催。
そうですね、マスターリーグでね、デイ2に残られている方は宮城にも出場できるということで、いやまあ
風も強いこの周辺なんですが、まあセントレア空港のほど。
It's absolutely insane to me that yo, look at those table numbers, bro. Look at the table numbers, dude. Yeah, yo. 1092. Table 1092. Man, that's crazy.
近くにありますこちらの会場、そこまでですね、全国から選手が
1131. You hit the 1K tables, bro. Yeah, bro. I'm out here in the nosebleeds, brother.
してるんじゃないかなというような選手もたくさんいたりして、ちょっとすごい会場になっているなというふうに思います。今画面捉えているのが詰まっているという形になっています。 ライツさん、ですね、この私も先ほど親子連れの方にですねお話を伺いまして、お父さんがですねジュニア、
Thank you, Davey Broy, for the prime sub in the 7 months.
息子
I'm
さんと
chilling.
お
How
話
about
ししてい
you?
たんですよ。ですのでどんな話されたんですかということでですね、聞いたところ、もう今日はもう本当にしっかりと。
For those of you wondering if our World Championships are going to be like this, no, the World Championships are produced by the Pokemon Company International, not the Pokemon Company Japan. So they will look and feel similar to every other World Championship there's ever been.
なんか体調大丈夫かとか、メンタルケアの部分とか、そういったところしか話していないというふうに話していたんですよ。というのも、やっぱり今日直前に、カードの話などをしちゃうとちょっとこう迷いとかも出てしまうかなということで、お父さんがですねそういったところを気にしながら息子さんにアドバイスを送っているという姿がありまして、兵庫県から来たご家族だったんですけれども、そうなんですが、お父さんが、昨日どういったところがあると思われますか？
お父さんが前日入りしてくれてるんです。
はい、マスターリーグ出てたからです。お父さんだけ。お父さんだけなので先入りしまして、そう親子で昨日お父さんが、で今日息子さんが出場という、言いたくないんですかっていう話を息子さんがですね、してくると。なんですよ。もうジュニアリーグ始まっているということで、赤移動もね今ね可愛らしいお子さんたちがかなりこうしているところなんですが、そういったお父さんのリベンジをしたいと話しているお子さんもいらっしゃるようです。そういう意味では本当に親子で楽しんでいるなというところもあり、そしてお父さんは昨日選手として、今日は完全に応援する側として今日会場に入っていると。
いややっぱりね、このお子さんを選手としてこう、見送るじゃないですけど、補助する、援助するみたいな、その親御さんのね、助けもあってというところもあると思います。遠征の、ね、方が本当に親子揃ってきてくださって、ありがたいですね。
そうですね、本当にマスターリーグに関しては昨日3200席が用意されていて、もう本当にそれぞれの方にそれぞれのドラマがあるなというふうに感じています。今日もそのお父様だけではなくですね、お母様も、隣にですね、保護者席があるんですが、その隣にですね、おそらくジュニアリーグ参加される選手の、弟さんだったり妹さん、まだね、カードゲームできないっていう年頃の、に
選手たちがやっぱマスターリーグに来て、それはまた勝って。
I'm looking for the games.
ということになります。本戦丸
1対
2がスタート。画面左側、入澤空選手。
Let's go, baby. Let's go.
8勝1敗。そして画面右側、安岡さんとも親交がある高橋優太選手、8勝1敗です。さあ、準備が進んでいます。このライツさん、1日目、昨日経験してはいるんですが、今日改めて初戦ということで、また一つ緊張感があって臨む戦いにはなりますね、この戦い。
そうですね。
Hey, thanks Ewok for that prime sub in the 3 months. I appreciate you.
その中でやはり何としても3敗はしたくないと言いますか、2敗以内のラインに収めておかないと入っていると結構簡単に序盤にサイド取られちゃったりするので、そこをケアしながらミュウ
Okay, getting into this match. We have got Mew VMAX versus what appears to be Lost Box Giratina on the left. Mew VMAX going first. Got Battle VIP Pass. Thank you, I Am Legend, for that prime sub.
なんかいつもと変わらないというか、結構勝負師の顔というか、常に真剣にゲームするタイプではあるんで、あと今はゆっくりで何が落ちたか確認してますが、
Battle VIP Pass, and they're going straight for that Deoxys, which is really interesting. I've seen quite a few of the Mew lists playing this Deoxys post-rotation. So let's take a look at it. Deoxys is a Pokemon that has the Photon Blast attack. Photon Boost attack. It does 80 damage plus 80 more if it has any Fusion Strike energy attached. So it could just do 160. For a double turbo and a Fusion Strike energy. So that's seems to be what they got going on. Now, 140 with the double turbo energy. I guess it's just like a decent single prize attacker. It might allow you to... What? So you could attack with, like, theoretically, you could attack with 2 Meloettas and a Deoxys in a game? No. Can you? I mean, I guess. But the thing about it, the thing I guess that confuses me about it is that if you attack with 3 single prizers, then your opponent just knocks out 1 Mew and they win. So why not just go 2 single prizers and then 2 Mew VMAXs? So, like, that I think is my... Like, what makes the... I guess maybe the Deoxys just makes it easier to go... Maybe it makes it easier to go 2 single prizers. Well, I guess it allows you to go maybe 140 damage with 1. It doesn't get 1-hit KO by Cramorant. That's true. Okay. Doesn't get 1-hit KO by Cramorant, which is going to be a very... Yo, a die? Let's go! Yo, absolutely Chad die rollers. Let's go. 100%. So they set up their board and pass. I think it might... Look at this. This hand on the left has at least 5 basic energy in it. But they find a battle VIP pass off of this first flower selecting, so they should be good to go. They got battle VIP pass, so they can go get 2 basics out of their deck. They definitely want that Radiant Greninja, assuming that that's kind of what's going on here with this deck. Almost all decks that have Comfy also play Radiant Greninja, though, so... Oh, they're counting the Colress. Great. Love it. And they're going to find their 2 basic Pokemon that they want. Radiant Greninja and, you guessed it, another Comfy. Let's go. So, this player on the left will be able to make use of those basic energies in their hand, of which there are many. They've got a ton. That hand is chock full of basic energies. They don't make hands with this many basic energy anymore, folks. They really don't. What? I need to know how many there are. There's at least like 5 or 6. Trekking shoes. And there's water energy to retreat. I got a backup Comfy for you right here. Flower selecting. And they've got another choice. Choosing between an energy and a switch card. They did not just keep the energy. 1, 2, 3, 4. There is 6 energy that they've seen on turn 1, so that's quite a few. And we'll pass. Mew loves to see that. You're telling me all they did was 2 flower selectings and pass? Yes, please. As a Mew player, as someone who enjoys Mew VMAX, such as myself, that's what you're trying to see at a Lost Box deck. two flower selectings, both of which Lost Zone switch cards, and then they passed. Like, oh, yes. %. Yo, Trekking Shoes in the Mew deck, discarding Genesect, and they get a Lost Vacuum, which they won't need yet. So they'll Cram-O-Matic it away, and it looks like they got at least a Sparkle in the deck too, or in their hand, I should say. And here's a die roll. It's a Tails. So sad. Double Turbo Energy onto the Deoxys. And you know what? That's actually pretty cool. I guess it's just doing, doing 140 damage. So it's pretty good. Now, they've got this Elisa Sparkle, but they don't want to play it because they want to attack with Meloetta. So that's why they're holding off. But at this point, they're like, well, okay, whatever. Here we go. My hand is jammed. I guess we ain't doing the Meloetta thing this game. So we're just going to accelerate this energy onto Mew and say, whatever, dude. They're counting their gust options. Thank you, the third G, for that Prime sub in the 17 months. So true, Ahmed. And we got another Fusion Strike system for 1. They don't really need much. They just need to start swinging with this Deoxys, which frankly is just going to be a pain for the Lost Box deck to deal with. 120 hit points. They've only got 2 cards in the Lost Zone. Not feeling great. So we're going to make use of some of those energy in the hand with a concealed cards, and then select some flowers, and let's see if we get any roses. I'm sorry. Okay. They do find Cramorants and Clara. Looks like they're pulling straight weeds off that flower selecting. Am I right, folks? Escape rope. We'll push Mew V into the active, and we've got yet another flower selecting for 2. So they are making their way up to 4 cards in the Lost Zone, which is where they need to be if they want to start attacking with Cramorants. And here is Cramorants. They'll retreat the Comfy, and we've got an Innocent Spit for 110 damage. Very good. Now, Mew can... Another thing Mew can do, Mew can Psychic Leap this Mew V pretty easily. A couple Power Tablets. Yeah, I wouldn't have hated to see the Mew V with the energy on it get promoted in the active, because then you could just attach, and then 2 Power Tablets would allow you to Psychic Leap the Cramorant, which isn't terrible. Well, Ultra Ball. Yeah, I mean, the Lost Box deck is just starting off pretty slow. You also, by Psychic Leaping this turn, you deny your opponent that damage while still promoting the Deoxys. So it basically is like, if the Mew retreats into Deoxys and the Deoxys attacks, you've basically got the same outcome if you Psychic Leap into the Deoxys, right? Except that you're removing 110 damage from your board. So that's definitely the best play if they can pull it off. Which is why I think that perhaps they should have promoted the Mew with the energy on it, because then they could put the fusion energies back into the deck, and maybe they'd have an opportunity to be able to attack with Meloetta later in the game, which is what they want to do anyway. So, yeah. We see Kyogre is prized, which is a big deal for the Lost Box player. Kyogre is definitely a big win condition. Got a Fusion Strike system for a couple of cards. Fill their hand to 6. And they've only got 2 Genesect on board, so they do have to make it work with just 2 Fusion Strike systems. We'll see if they want to commit any of these Mews to a Mew VMAX. Whenever you're playing against Lost Box, you got to think about it, because Mew VMAX can get one-hit KO'd by Drapion quite easily. Something I haven't seen out of this Mew deck yet. It looks like that is a second Deoxys. Wow. Something I haven't seen out of this Mew deck yet is any Hand Disruption. Hand Disruption also just great. There's 4 Seal Stone, and they're actually just going to use it. And let's see what card they opt for off of the 4 Seal Stone. And speak of Hand Disruption, here we are. But again, I do think the optimal route this turn is to Psychic Leap this Mew with the damage on it. Just clean that up off the board. Really no reason to keep it there, especially since you have 3 Mew V in play. With 3 Mew V in play, you can very easily afford to Psychic Leap 1. That's the that's the benefit of having 3 Mew V in play. Is that you don't have to worry about your only Mew V getting knocked out after the Psychic Leap. But instead, this damage is just going to stick, which does benefit the Lost Box player. Okay. And Deoxys coming up. We'll be able to take this knockout after a second Fusion Strike system to draw 2. And there we go. KO and Mew VMAX goes up another prize. Culver's Experiment, first one in the game off the judge. You hate to see that. It's like, dang, they hadn't seen a Culver's yet. I'll say, whenever I'm playing against Lost Box, I don't judge them until they've seen their... I usually won't judge them until they've seen their first Culver's. Because, like, they haven't seen it yet. Like, so just... I mean, at a certain point, their odds do, I guess, increase, but... Yeah, you let them cook, I think. Because also, they get into this desperation mode where they're just burning cards to dig. Because they're so, like, they need to find the Colress. So they're burning so many resources, just digging, looking for it. I don't know. Usually I like... And then also, you don't want to judge while they still have the maximum amount of Colresses left in deck. Because then they have the maximum amount of outs to draw into one. So usually I wait until they find... So if they're not finding one, it's like, cool, I'm not going to disrupt your hand. You know, your hand probably stinks. A better play would be to just put down Path so they can't use Radiant Greninja anymore. You know, you could just put up Deoxys and Path. Like, imagine if they hadn't judged, just put Path down to stop Greninja and just kept swinging with Deoxys. That's probably the best situation that they could put themselves in as a Mew player. But judging is just very good against Lost Box, so usually. But in a situation like this, you have to ask yourself, like, yo, Degenerate, the absolute legend, with 5 gifties in the chat. Let's get some hype going for Degenerate. 1,045 total gifts so far to the channel. Hopefully you and your family are doing well, Degenerate. Thank you so much for your continued support. Lost Box player able to pull off a Mirage Gate this turn, and they've got... See? If they Psychic Leaped... I'm just saying. I'm sure, Degenerate, that's life. If they had Psychic Leaped that Mew, it wouldn't have got knocked out. Instead, they used their V-Star power to judge, and the judge actually helped them. So, yeah, you don't want to do that. They got a Feather Ball. And nothing off the Feather Ball. Mew player's still in a good spot, but again, could have denied those 2 prizes. I see a Meloetta in the hand. We'll see. They fail the Feather Ball, so we'll see if they decide to commit to that Meloetta at all. But I think, they have 3 Fusion Energy in play, and they've prized one, so they might not even be able to power up that Meloetta. They've got an Ultra Ball they're eyeing up. Well, they did just fail the Feather Ball, so maybe they're going Ultra Ball for another Genesect V. Knocking out the Greninja is good, but you got to be careful because Lost Box probably plays Drapion. So all they have to do is just set up a game-winning play with Drapion, and it's over. Really eyeing up that Ultra Ball play. I mean, I don't think, at this point, I don't think that you're able to attack with this Meloetta. So I think you can afford to let the Meloetta go. I think they're frustrated that their hand is slightly too big and there's not cards that they want to get rid of. So they have to get rid of the Meloetta, and they'll attach Double Turbo to Mew and then Fusion Strike System for like a card, right? So it's like they didn't want to thin any of those cards down out of their hands. They've got this Ultra Ball that they don't necessarily want to play. I understand. I understand there's definitely some tough choices, but at this point, you know, this is the turn you would want to judge, frankly. So instead, they're just going to take a knockout. Like, this is a way better turn to judge because they've got a big hand, and now they're setting up game-winning plays, right? Thank you, Sleepy Dreepy, for the sub in the 13 months. But now, they used their V-Star unnecessarily to judge unnecessarily when the opponent already hadn't found a Colress. Now they lost two prizes. Like, there's a bunch of different routes, things that they could have done that would have helped alleviate this pressure that they're feeling in the game right now. Here's Sableye. They got 11 cards in a loss zone. So they're going to be able to clean up this Genesect, and then they have a very straightforward win condition from here. If they clean up the Genesect, then Roxanne will be live, but they're not really drawing a lot of cards off Fusion Strike System, and if that Genesect goes down, then they're really not drawing a lot of cards off of Fusion Strike System, which is pretty bad. That's not what you want. There's the switch card. Yeah, it is just like, this is the time where you need to be disrupting the Lost Box player's hand. It's way too big right now. You really cannot afford to just let it live like that. So they're going to Lost Mine, and it looks like maybe setting up a second Genesect, so not playing into Roxanne. It's a heads-up play by the Lost Box player. Just setting up those final 4 prizes and saying, even I could just go Sableye, 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 game, right? Which is true. They can. If this Mew player doesn't have any way to heal these Genesects, could be a situation where, and we see the commentators probably talking about Roxanne. I'm talking about Roxanne. We all talk about Roxanne, and this Lost Box player trying to play around Roxanne. So that's what's going on right now. So heads up call by the commentators as well. Now, it could be a situation where Mew VMAX decks start playing Collapsed more regularly post-rotation. I mean, already a decent amount of Mew VMAX lists are playing Collapsed to heal damaged Pokemon like this. It's also just a path counter, so it's kind of like a 2... And you see, the Mew VMAX player just completely locked up, and that's really... And now not having the outs to disrupt their opponent's hand when they need it. And this is really just... you know, it's kind of they made their own bed, and now they're sleeping in it. This Lost Box deck has a very clear route to victory, and with no hand disruption being utilized at this moment, they can just draw cards till their hearts is content. Yeah, and there's Sableye right there. Flower selecting 2 more cards, easily get rid of that VIP pass. See ya. And there's Sableye, the Psychic switch card, and we're going to see yet another Lost Mine. Beach Court. Easy. Look at all of that. They're going to Lost Zone their own. Yeah, really show you under the little thing there. And I think they're just thinning their deck as much as they can to make sure that they don't get their hand disrupted out of the win. So are they splitting this math up to be... I'm telling you guys that the damage counters are terrible. No, these little gems are absolutely atrocious. No way. Yeah, absolutely not. Too many little knickknacks. ミューとかにはもうこういう戦い方して勝つっていうのが The cones unfortunately don't work for streaming. They're just messy. They're messy. They slide around. They slide around. They're clutter. Yeah. Dice at least have like a lot less likely to slide around. Bad take, don't care. Dice superiority. Parasol is rotated out of standard, so there ain't no parasols here. Dang, that was an insane... Bro, hold up. I'm going to need a replay on that die roll. Hold up. Bro, look at this die roll. Yeet! Tails. Sad. So the Mew player just did nothing. And they've got Clara. Easy GG's. Perfectly mathed out. And that's it. Game over. Sableye. You have to disrupt Lost Box's hand. You have to. You guys want to hear the announcer pop off? That's so sick. I love the pop-offs.
EX も弱点。昨日からね、に呼ばれておりますので。
この人の押しポケはこれだから、はい、このタイプのデッキじゃなんじゃ。
All right. Arceus Duraludon fans. Yo, Mesagoza in my Arc Dura deck? Looks like a heads. That gets an evolution Pokemon. Look at those Cynthia sleeves. Okay. Arceus Duraludon versus what appears to be single strike Lugia. Cool. Up. Wait a minute. Nope. It's Lugia. Pump fake. It's Lugia versus Lugia. Yeah, it's Lugia Duraludon versus Single Strike Lugia.
見えているということは、石山選手が小出選手より先にアッセンブルスターを打ってて、でルギア V スターで攻撃ができるときに、
Who's taking this one home? Is it going to be Lugia Duraludon? Listen, Arceus Duraludon's a pile. Lugia Duraludon has to be worse, right? But also, Lugia Duraludon just going to whole win this game because all they have to do is get Duraludon into play. Oh, yeah. Lugia Duraludon got this one in the bag. 100%. It's kind of broken, actually, because then you can actually beat the Arc Duraludon decks. I see it.
これテーブルシティを超える選手貼られましたけど、まあお互いもちろん使うでしょうけど、まあまずはやっぱ自分の動きをね優先。
So wait.
テーブルシティってこれルギア V スターに最初の
Duraludon VMAX's attack costs 2 fighting and a metal. How do they pay for the metal?
採用されるっていう、こういった安定感により割いていくカードが増えて。
Anybody know?
やっぱりこのスタジアムポケモンを持ってこれるっていう
Impact energy. Oh, well, yeah, now we're cooking. That's right. Impact energy.
持ってくることができる非常に強力なスタジアムです。はい。
強いですよね。
これそういう意味で言いますと、このテーブルシティが
Oh, it's 2 metal, 1 fighting? Right. All right, so impact energy. So you need a couple of impact energy, and then you can shred for 300 with Duraludon. That's kind of crazy.
そうですね、イメージありますね。ジャッジマンであったりとか、ジャッジマン相手はいいカード引いてるんじゃないかと勘ぐってしまうような。
ただここで石山選手ハイパーボールでアーキオス2匹。
Okay, it looks like this player is also going to get Lugia. They got 2 Archeops in the discard pile already, though, so I don't know. That's looking saucy. They got 2 Ultra Balls in the opening hand. That's insane. It's cracked, dude. And the turn 1 judge. Oh, yeah. All right, I got my money on the player on the left. They're cooking, dude. Yeah, they are. They got back-to-back 2 Ultra Balls. They got 2 Archeops in the discard pile. The player on the right's got nothing. And a 4-card hand. But really, who's to say what these players draw off of 4 cards? I mean, they could both draw bad. Neither of them got Lugia in the active, so neither of them are going to be using Read of the Wind very easily. So what this player on the left wants, they want this hand to have Lugia V-Star and Research in it. That's it. They're going to pass. Okay, player on the right's got an Ultra Ball. That's big. That will help. And I also see a Judge, but they're discarding Judge. And a Skyla, maybe?
手が強そう。そうですね。他に
さあジュラルドン VMAX が登場してきます。見下ろす摩天楼。
They're going for Duraludon VMAX, so I think that might just be. This is probably just the play. This is the play. Get out Duraludon and manually attach to Duraludon. I think that is the game plan. And just say my opponent does not have it. That's a bold strategy, Cotton. All right, and we got Research. Double turbo on a Lugia. Research for 7. Yeah, that's a nutty draw off that Judge for sure. Mesagoza back in play. I do think Mesagoza is going to see a bunch of play post-rotation, definitely. Because Evolution Incense gone. Quick Ball's gone. You guys realize Lugia plays 12 search cards, 12 plus search cards right now. And it's going to be left with 4 good ones post-rotation. I guess Nest Ball. Yes, I'll give you 6 good ones. Maybe 8. Anyways, Nest Ball's good, but it doesn't discard Archeops. It's just different. I can't tell you how many Lugia plays hinge on that quick ball discarding an Archeops. And, you know, Capturing Aroma doesn't discard Archeops. Messagoza doesn't. None of these cards discard Archeops. There's Lugia. Ultra Ball, they've got it. All right, they're cooking. They could attack with Duraludon. The turn 2 attack with Duraludon, you just do it. Even if you've only got 1 Archeops in the discard pile, you send this. If they've got the 2 impact energy in the deck, full send, dude. Yup. Here we go. Yeah, baby. Let's go. Player on the left is so sick right now. They're so sick. They're having a bad time. Like, dude. It's not what you want. Yeah, they are not. They are not okay. Yeah. Like, what's your win con against turn 2 Duraludon when my opponent only has 2 other Pokemon in play? A second Lumineon? Gosh, it feels so bad. Boss stall. Oh, yeah, baby. And you can see the look on their face says everything. Oh, they hate it. Like, this is a disaster. Absolute disaster. Yeah, bring up the Lugia, I guess. Pass! No! So bad. Pass. Boss stall doesn't even work. It's just miserable. There's a double turbo on it. They could just attack with the Lugia. Yeah, they're just gonna Tempest Dive. And buddy, I'm starting to think your goose is cooked here. It's not looking great. There's a research top deck, but too little too late. You had 2 Archeops in the discard pile turn 1. It was looking so good. And there we go. Now we've got Lugia online. Get 1 energy onto that Lugia V-Star. And what else we got going on in this hand? Looks like nothing. Gonna be a swing for 170 damage. Player on the right has a huge hand. Serena up your fish. Seems good. Energy onto the Archeops. No more stall shenanigans. Go to 1 prize remaining. Boss's orders wins the game. And they bring up, sure. They're just bringing it up and passing? Oh, man, yeah. There we go. Luminian, boss's orders. And that is game over as they just retreat into Duraludon VMAX. Yeah. The 6-0 sweep. Yowzers. Yeah, that is it's a little ugly right there. Next up, we've got Lost Box on the left versus To Be Determined on the right. Maybe Lost Box on the right. Could be a Lost Box mirror match. Maybe one of these Lost Box decks focuses more around... Ooh, player on the right with a terrible opening. Not gonna lie, when I'm playing the Pokemon trading card game and my Lost Box opponent doesn't use Battle VIP Pass or Comfy on the first turn of the game, bruh, you've lost. It's over for you. It's already over. It hasn't even begun, but it's over. No VIP pass, no Comfy. Loving it. Well, if I'm their opponent anyways. This player on the left has a very strong opening with Battle VIP Pass and a Comfy active, so they'll be able to get a whole bunch of Pokemon out and start using Flower Selecting right away. They're going to go for Cramorant and Comfy, so maybe the Radiant Greninja is prized. Quite possibly. We got Flower Selecting for 2. Another Battle VIP Pass. You know it's bad when your opponent is lost zoning Battle VIP Passes turn 1. You're just sitting there like, dang. God, I wish that was me. Another Flower Selecting, and we've got Drapion going to the Lost Zone. Makes sense. Won't be needing that in the mirror match. This could be a quick turn 1 knockout if they are able to play Culver's Experiment. Send 2 more cards to the Lost Zone. Turn 1. Spit Innocently for 110. Water Energy, retreat. Do we find a Culver's Experiment off of this third Flower Selecting? Don't see it. Letting the Nest Ball go, keeping, I think, an Energy Recycler. And Escape Rope is a really solid play just to bring the Charizard up, because then they can't retreat into a Comfy even if they find one. So I do really like that Escape Rope from this player on the left. It's a good call. That's a sick Pokegear right there. Love that. Holographic Pokegear from the Sun and Moon era, I believe. They will take the Culver's Experiment. Yo, do I see Delphox in there? That's so sick. Is this Fire Lost Box with Delphox? I think so. I thought I saw a Delphox V. Pretty sure. So now this player on the right can get moving. Foxbox, right, if you will. If they find a switch card and a Comfy. But this is like the devastating part about not opening Battle VIP Pass, is that your Battle VIP Passes don't get Comfies anymore. So they just have to find like a switch and a Comfy so that they can start moving on this Lost Zone stuff. But again, Battle VIP Passes do nothing. They have to send Boss and Lightning to the Lost Zone. And we'll see what they decided to keep. Any comfy yet? If there's no comfy this turn, it's looking ugly. There's Sableye. But again, no quick ball either. There is nest ball though, so nest ball certainly could be used to find comfy, but none. And just an energy on Charizard pass. We've got a flower selecting, and they have a choice between Zapdos and nest ball. They'll keep the nest ball, sending Zapdos to the Lost Zone. Nest ball can go get a Pokemon out of the deck. They won't have to worry about Manaphy because Radiant Greninja is not being played in this opposing Lost Box deck. It is a fire-focused deck with Charizard, so player on the left just going to choose to play the nest ball and fail it. Psychic Energy can retreat, get another flower. Oh, just spit innocently. Doesn't hit for weakness, so 110 damage on the Charizard. Still no Culver's experiment from the player on the left. So player on the right is actually catching up on Lost Zone count because even though they don't have any Comfy, they have Culver's twice now. Player on the left has not Culver's, but they've got 3 Comfies. So we're going to be tied at 4-4 cards in the Lost Zone. Oh, and I guess that's right. I mean, player on the left may have to consider Manaphy if the player on the right does have Delphox in the deck. But I suppose at this point, they don't know that there's Delphox in the deck. So, yeah, that's the interesting thing about a best-of-1 series. Surprise cards like that can go a long way. And there's the first Comfy. Switch cart will heal the Charizard by 30. And flower selecting will get them 1 more card. They have to choose between a Sableye and an Escape Rope. Tough choice. I mean, Sableye is like obviously very good, but you've already got 1 Sableye in play. Looks like they're going to favor that second Sableye, which makes sense. I mean, I think that's probably your route to victory in this game, is by spreading damage with Sableye. And they're just going to pass. That's it. Still a grindy game for the player on the right. But player on the left, really, I mean, just not playing many cards from their hand. Just kind of spit and go. Hisui and Heavy Ball will check the prizes. We'll see if we find a basic. It looks like we do not. And got a little judge shuffle with the prizes to lay them back down. Thank you, Turnto Page, for the Prime sub in the 4 months. And then, I mean, like, what's the play here? If there's no Comfy, I mean, Sableye, do not tell me you were about to scratch. Raihan, just to get a card out of the deck. It's like Raihan has to be played. So, like, the Manaphy had to retreat to get an energy into the discard pile. I'm not going to lie, this form of deck searching here is making me very nervous. I don't want to be too critical, but yeah, that... Yeah, I don't love that. That's fine, though. Everybody's got their own techniques. You do you.
までのこの6枚の中で攻撃しないターンは作りたくないので、やっぱりウの存在が大事だったりしますね。
ここに向けて豊川選手も
テクニック
が見えた山札の中。さあ、火花。
Okay, there's Cramorant. So this player can keep up with the prize trade by using escape rope and then spit innocently, going to 5 prizes as well. Now the player on the left will flower select a little bit and has a big hand, so I have to imagine that they've got some plays in there. Here's a concealed cards for 2. And Colress's experiment. Finally, the first Colress's experiment of the game. For the player on the left. Flower selecting for 2. And now they are cooking. Up to at least 7 cards in the lost zone. So Mirage Gate is live. We'll see what they go for. They can retreat and Cramorant and attack, or Escape Rope. Escape Rope's not bad either. You either send up Manaphy, Charizard, probably the Manaphy. Charizard, okay. And that Charizard will go down. Here's Sableye again. It's wild to me that this game is still close, considering how awkward the draws have been. Nest Ball can go grab a basic Pokemon. I mean, still like almost no Comfies just anywhere right now. And only 5 cards in the Lost Zone means that, yeah, they still got a few more to go. Oh, yeah, no Manaphy would have been a bad promotion there. The Greninja play is obviously a thing. So, yeah, you got to keep the Manaphy. And we got another Raihan, so just accelerating energy to Pokemon that can retreat. Which is solid, makes sense. Probably want to get yourself another Colress off of the Raihan. I imagine that's what you're getting off Raihan. It's just like, yeah, I need a Colress to get 2 more cards in the Lost Zone, get me to 7. And then with a flower selecting, that'll be 8, and then you're like almost where you need to be. Concealed cards will draw 2, a couple of Comfies. And we've got another Colress, so back-to-back Colresses now. Sending them up to 9 cards in the Lost Zone. After the flower selecting, it will be the magic number 10, which means that they are good for a Lost Mine attack. And there's flower selecting, sending a 3rd Colress's experiment to the Lost Zone. They do have 10 now. Looking for a card out of those prizes, favoring the Hisuian Heavy Ball over the Colress, and there's nothing there, so that's strange. Sableye down. And remember, there is no scoop-up net in this format. So when the damage is down, unless it gets switch cards to heal, then that damage is just kind of there. And by just kinda, I mean it's just there. Yeah. Halucha would be a great card, but then Halucha is also very strange because you can't search it out via Nest Ball because it won't work, and then you can't search it out with Battle VIP Pass because it won't work. So you kind of just have to have it in your hand at the right time. Mirage Gate will accelerate a Psychic and a Water onto Sableye and Greninja, respectively.
かなりもうよぴつさんここ高崎選手に関してはもう整ってきたなという。
そうですね。もう月光手裏剣のこうを打っていくぞっていう気持ちもこう見えてきましたよね。圧力がかかっていると思います。
And then, you know, Sableye might go for Manaphy. But honestly, I'd prefer to knock out. I think I'd prefer to knock out the Comfy myself. You go 7 on the Comfy and then like some on Manaphy. Yeah.
うわ気絶させないやっぱツツジケアを
そうですね残りサイド枚数3枚以下にはさせない
It looks like they're just going a 60-60 split. I don't like that. Because now switch card can be played and you can get rid of 30 of that damage. I like taking one knockout, I think. But then also, I guess you do have to think about Roxanne. So that's fair. Yeah. Okay, I do. It makes more sense now. Because Roxanne's probably the only hand disruption card either of these decks play. So Roxanne is a huge consideration. I do like taking the... yeah. I like removing the Comfy, though, because they've only got one, and they're 3 cards. The thing is, they're 3 cards from activating Sableye. Do you see how much harder it is for them to get to 10 cards in the Lost Zone this turn? If you knock out that Comfy, though. Yeah, it's tough.
どこかでこうサイドを2枚取ってまくっていかないといけないので、なるべく早くやめらみを使いたいっていうのは本当は。
You know, eventually you're gonna have to bite that bullet and just play into Roxanne, regardless. But you are limiting your opponent's options a lot if you take out their only. Yo, here's the Delphox! The Delphox! Yo, and if you take out the Comfy, they don't have this free retreat. I'm telling you. Here comes the Delphox, dude. Yo, what does the fox say? Am I right? It says I'm knocking out 2 of your Pokemon, mate.
これでまたこうサイドレースが一つ変わってくるかもしれませんね。
偉いですね。今言ってたそのね2枚
There you go. And then we got another Mirage Gate. Can accelerate another energy onto the Delphox. I'm just saying, you take out that free retreater, and you make things a lot more difficult. Yeah, you play into Roxanne, but then maybe this play don't happen. Yeah, this stuff feels bad for sure. But they can't knock out the Greninja. So, alright. Okay. So, they can knock out a Comfy and they can knock out Sableye. So, this player on the left can definitely still win. Definitely. Here comes Delphox. You got a Lost Zone, 2 energy to use its attack. And you do 120 to 2 Pokemon. Well, the active and then 1 bench. So, they can't knock out the Greninja. It's got 130 hit points. Yo, the 4th energy on the Fox is so sick, dude. Yeah, take the 2. Yeah, take the 2 non-fire energy, please. Thank you. Thank you. And you got to knock out a Comfy, right? So now you're playing into Roxanne. So then the player on the left just has to get Manaphy out and Roxanne this turn. Ah, and they're going for the Greninja. Right, okay. But they did play into Roxanne, right? Well, they're... All right, is it the fire or is it the lightning? Their sport? All right, lightning. Okay, fine. What do we got in response? The Holucha! Here we go! Let's go, bro! Let's go! Woo! Lucha! There it is. And off the top rope. There he goes. That's so sick, dude. All right, where's that Halucha? I'll pull it up for you guys. It's got an ability that allows you to place a damage counter on 2 of your opponent's bench Pokemon when you play it from your hand to the bench. I don't know that I have it anywhere here, but I'm looking. But yeah, it basically is like a double yeah, it's like a Zigzagoon, but only to the bench. But then 2. It's like a double Zigzagoon, but only to the bench. You got it? That's what it does. Here it is. Flying Entry. When this Pokemon is played from your hand to the bench, you can choose 2 of your opponent's bench Pokemon, put 1 damage counter each on them. Hiya! There you go. Yo, that was fire. Echoing Horn! And that's game! Holy smokes, dude! That's it! Woo! 4 prizes! Oh my god, absolutely sauced! Oh, that was so sick! Dang! That was nuts! Alright, guys. Yeah, watch it one more time. Halucha from the top ropes. I'll let you guys listen to the Japanese commentators while we do it.
さあ実現するかどうか。いやー、ここ狙ってきたミラージュゲート。エネルギーがさらに基本炎エネルギー魔法騎士 V につきます。3枚目のエネルギーです。
いやー、高崎選手側の場にはマナフィーがいないので、はい、一気に気絶させられる。
これまたこの開始で月光河が前魔法騎士に180乗せられるんですけど、マナフィーが気絶してないので。
いや、花選び。バトルビップパス。さあロストゾーンは8枚。ベンチには4匹のポケモン。魔法騎士 V が逆転へのキーカードになるかどうか。少しバトル場のキュアワを触ってまだ少し考えます。宣言はありません。ここでようやく意を決してキュアワが逃げていきます。そして登場マフォクシーです。さあ炎が止まっている。エネルギーがある。しっかりと指差し確認をした後、豊川選手もう1枚エネルギーをつけて
もう2回行くぞっていうプランが、
さあ意志を感じます。マフォクシーとともに逆転できるかどうか。
はい、このマジカルファイヤーですね。
エネルギーをトラッシュマジカルファイヤー120ダメージが2匹のポケモンに入ります。闇ラニ。
はい、この技は技の効果で、エネルギーを2個ロストゾーンに置く効果がありますので、これでロストゾーンも10枚になりますね。
これめちゃくちゃ偉いカードですよね。ロストゾーン今8から10って相当大きいですから、
ちょうどこれを狙った形。そして輝く月光河がターゲットにされました。残りの HP も少なくなった10キュアワが出ます。さあロストゾーン一旦ここ整えます。ロストゾーンにねこれで10枚エネルギーがいったことで、
そうですね、このねを大事にしたい部分は
はい、
大丈夫か。
ただ輝く月光河の HP が130だということで、そこは一つ耐えれて、しかも月光手裏剣は見えている形になりますね。
はい。
だから前に
うわー、ルチャブル。さあこれで2匹のポケモンが気絶。高崎選手も譲らない。
これだよね。
ルチャブル飛び込む。
ルチャベルこの特製フライングエントリーによってベンチに出したときに
山口ゴンだキワは
全部持ってる。
さあ整っています。残りのサイド枚数動いて輝く月光がマナフィーはもういません。守ってくれません。闇波キワは気絶。このまま試合終了。なんたる4枚取り。一気に勝ち切りました高崎沙織選手です。
ちょっともう熱すぎますよこれ。
So ill, dude. That was so sick. That was like the dopest finish that I've seen.
どこかでまくらなきゃいけないって思っていたらまさかの魔法口 V の存在。それからまさかのルチャベル。
That was definitely the dopest finale I think I've seen out of any of the matches so far. Not close. That was so hype. EX. What do we got coming up next? Let's do it. Oh, you got something nefarious going on over here, don't you? Okay, let's get into it. Lost Box on the left versus Block Snorlax. Yeah, what you doing with the Block Snorlax? Yeah, what's up, Lucas? Thank you. Lost Box deck, Radiant Greninja in the hand. Great starts. Don't see any basic energy, though. So just a flower selecting. They have to Lost Zone a Sableye, and it is a pass. Now, Arvin. Let's see what kind of deck this player on the right has got. This is a deck that is probably going to try and stall the opponent out, if I'm seeing this correctly. I mean, I don't... What other intention do you have with the Block Snorlax? Okay, you're not up to anything good with Block Snorlax. I see cross switchers, I see switch cart. Uh-huh. Arvin can get a tool and an item card. Item card. Those old nest balls are so sick. Love it. You do slow... Yeah, and I'm saying with the leafy camo poncho, you know it's nefarious. I'm telling you. 2 Snorlax. I'm telling you guys. They are not trying to have a fair fight. Not at all. They are trying to do something dastardly over there. Yo, the sparkly Hisuian heavy ball, I'm gonna need to get me one of those. I don't think that I actually own one. Dang. That's sick. I think we did Alaskan Hero. Those nest balls? I thought they were league promos, but I guess maybe I'm wrong. Got a flower selecting. And it's a comfy or a nest ball. I see... I can't tell what Pokemon V that is in the prize cards, to be perfectly honest with you. So I'm not sure. And there are a good amount of switch cards in the Lost Box deck. Oh. Yeah, actually, now that I'm thinking about it, maybe we didn't get that nest ball. Switch into Comfy and a flower selecting. Yeah, we got a net ball that looks like that, but I don't think we got that nest ball. Yes, I think that's where I'm getting confused. And the Lost Zone Clara. Sky Seal Stone in the hand. Not looking like it's going to be very useful in this matchup, as I don't see any Pokemon V. So they'll grab Roxanne. That card might also not be very useful in this matchup, as I'm not necessarily sure that dude on the right is going to be taking any prize cards. Like I said, we got Dastardly Dan over here on the right. And that's just going to be a big pass. Snorlax player loves to see that. No pressure to deal with yet. Oh, yeah. Misfortune Sisters. And can I read that? Yeah. That's how you know. Yeah. Can I please read? Yo, 3 items off of the Misfortune Sisters. They're roasted. They're so roasted, dude. So destroyed. When you look at the top 5 cards of your opponent's deck and you discard any items you find there, it's literally this player's entire game plan is to just try and discard all the switches. That's it. Bro, what if they put a Psychic Energy on the Comfy and start swinging? It does like 30 damage. It's entirely possible. Water Energy onto Greninja, and they're going to start putting some pressure on. They've got 4 cards in the Lost Zone. All right, time to start swanging with Cramorant. Let's go. Spit innocently for 110. Snorlax got, what, 150 hit points, so gonna take that like a champ. Yo, show me another full art Misfortune Sisters. All right, it's Arvin. Arvin can get what? An item card? It's cross switcher time, definitely. But then you also need more Snorlaxes. And what tool card are we using on these? Cape of Toughness is rotated, right? Pod Helmet! Oh, yeah! And good old-fashioned Pokemon Catcher. Dude, this whole deck is Pokemon Catchers, Cross Switchers. Oh, yeah, dude. This player is up to no good. Tails. Pidgeotto. Yo, that's so sick. Just so you can use the tool. You can use Forest Seal Stone on the Pidgeot. Is it Pidgeot V? Yeah, Pidgeot V for sure. And they got Nest Ball. Yeah, Pidgeot V, and then it shuffles itself back into the deck, so you never deck out. It's crazy. Nest Ball, probably just gonna, what, get another Cramorant? Yeah, Arvin's kind of crazy because it does just get you Forest Seal Stone, right? So with Arvin, you can just go get whatever you want out of your deck. If you go for the Forest Seal Stone, you can just do that. which is insane. Yeah, thank you, Daddy, for the Prime sub. And that spit innocently will take a knockout. Block Snorlax. And let's see what we got. Pokegear. What do we got? Clara. Help bring those Snorlax back from the discard pile, which they will need, but they're also going to need to start, doing a lot more of that stalling shenanigans because, all right, here's the Force Seal Stone on the Pidgeot. Use it. Go get what you want out of the deck, any card. And we got all the control players' favorite tools here. Silene, Misfortune Sisters, Camo Poncho. Didn't see quite what they grabbed. Pod Helmet. So that Snorlax taking 30 less damage from attacks. And Boss's Orders. Oh, yeah. And a big old pass. And you got to figure every time they flower selecting, it's like technically every flower selecting is -2 cards, so that's nice. And then Roxanne is probably their only shuffle draw card. Maybe they play a judge. If you're choosing between Colress and Raihan, you are not going to need that Raihan, I don't think, if I'm being completely honest with you. They are not at 7 cards yet. They cannot use Mirage Gates. They're playing Colress's Experiment, deciding which cards to Lost Zone. All right, so now they're at 7 cards. Should be, right? Yes. So they're at 7 in the Lost Zone. They can use Mirage Gate if they so choose. But again, every Mirage Gate is... And this is what's crazy. If they use Escape Rope, they send up Pidgeot, and then it effectively does no damage. Because they're just going to send the Pidgeot back into the deck. With the Pidgeot's ability. Yeah, so it's like, okay, cool. Here's Pidgeot. You can't knock it out. Spit innocently. And then they will just skadoosh the Pidgeot back into the deck. Silene. All right, big Silene flips. First one's a tails. Come on, don't double tails. There's a heads. Good stuff. All right, Pidgeot. Yeah, so that you guys know, it's got the Vanishing Wings ability, which allows you to shuffle it back into the deck if it's on your bench. So it has to go to the bench, and there's the switch cart to put it onto the bench and a pass. Yeah, I'm not sure. They only got 12 minutes left in the round, so I'm not sure how this control player actually gets there, but we'll see. Tell you what's really going to help is if this player on the left keeps playing Colress. Now, Pidgeot has 210 hit points, and right now it's got 80 damage on it. So the player's saying you've got no way to damage this Pidgeot again. If you do 110, you'll be short. So Yeah, that's probably true. It'll be 20 damage short. So there's no way. With the switch cart, they're short of the knockout. Now, I'd be curious how this strategy works against Giratina Lost Box, because Giratina can just get the Giratina out and start shredding. But I don't know. But then Giratina V start's also very wasteful on energy. But Giratina V is not. It just shreds for 160. So I'm not sure. Oh! The Zapdos! Okay. It's a big hint. Zapdos can do enough, but you do have to Mirage Gate to it. But this opponent is they're like digging for the win cons, which does set them up to be punished. Uh-oh, something happening here on the board. Did we miss something? Uh-oh. Something crazy happened for sure. Did they just take the Zapdos off the Culver's experiment? Oh, now you see him laughing, bro. It has something to do with the Zapdos, I think. Yeah, look at this. All right, playing Culver's experiment. No, playing Nest Ball. They don't have a full bench. It's only 4. All right. So, yeah, they're just playing Nest Ball. Yeah, they're playing Nest Ball as normal. Okay. Culver's experiments. Here's the 5. Off of the Culver's experiments. Contemplating. No, they put their cards into the lost zone. Yes, very good. Then they play Nest Ball. And they go get Zapdos. No, he's shuffling right here. He's shuffling off that Nest Ball right here. Maybe he didn't offer a cut. I think that's what it is. I think he said, he might have said, I'm going back in, and then didn't offer a cut. That is like what it kind of looks like. Because you didn't get the whole like cut interaction there. And then they're calling him out for it here. And you see his opponent's paying attention too. And he said, what, are you serious? Did I really not? And then he's like, ah. Dang, bro. The hilarious thing about, even if they award a prize penalty, the hilarious thing is that it doesn't help the control player at all. Wait, did they say something?
っていう、配信されてるっていうこの緊張感もありますからね。
いや、山札切れを狙うデッキ、こう使う側も使われる側も時間を気にしながら、
僕もちょっと申し訳ない。
というところでちょっと何かここでジャッジの方から指摘が入りましたかね。はい。
Not that any of us really.
僕たちがねちょっと気づけてない部分がありまして、申し訳ございません。こ
れは
Yeah, it looks like the player did not present cut.
ネストボール5ですかね。ネストボールの後の隠し札なのかどうか。さあ、まずはジャッジの判断を仰ぎましょう。
シャッフルはされている。であれば、
そうですね、このプレイを戻すことが可能かどうかっていうのは一つポイントですね。
同じことが重なるとペナルティに発展する可能性がありますので、
Looks like they're just gonna smack him with the warning, judging by his reaction. That's my astute observation. Okay, play ball.
6秒で合わせていただくこと可能ですか？
はい、残り時間10分半といったところでしょうか。
10分点の合図。
そうですかね。
再開という形です。
All right, we back to gaming. Good.
先行6回目の櫻井選手の番といったところです。ミラージュゲート。
Mirage Gates.
どこにエネルギーをつけていくか。
Can accelerate some energy into play. Just selects one there.
はい、ここでガラルサンダー V に超エネルギーつけていったというところで、もうガラルサンダー V で
Then they have a fighting in their hands. They need to get up to 4 fighting on the Zapdos in order to attack with it. Well, 3 if they want to attack while the Pidgeot's out. But I imagine as soon as... I mean, the player's probably going to put the Pidgeot back into the deck. Yeah, maybe should have played that energy recycler before the... Well, there's not actually hardly any energy in the discard pile either. You've got 2 on the Greninja. All right, now he says I'm going back in, and he's like, but trust me this time. Cool. Yeah, see, he's very all right. Yeah, would you like to cut? Very good. Okay. This Zapdos. You already attached? They're telling him, bro. Oh, no. No. He thought, bro. He thought. No, this is not good for my dude here on the left, man. He's having a bad time, bro. Look at it. They didn't even let him get the energy to the Pokemon. They were like, stop right there, sir. Like, you stop it right there. We got you red-handed. Absolutely not, bro. The judges are on him, bro. On him, bro. Look, he doesn't even get the... Look at his eyes. You can tell his eyes. Look at his eye. The facial expression. The facial expression is so good. You can tell when the judges, like, get him. They're like, absolutely not. It's at this point that the control player knows he's messed up. Yeah, look at him laughing now, bro. He's like, can I just please concede? Like, please let me out of here.
つけているかどうか。輝く月光がこの番は水エネルギーをつけているという認識なんですけれども、VAR ごめんなさい、もう一度確認をお願いします。
さあ、輝く月光がに水エネルギーをつけていたということでしょうか。
いや、ちょっとね、もう
Wait, there's no way he got a penalty. Is he gonna get a penalty? Oh gosh. He's getting reprimanded. They are reading him the riot act right now for sure. Yeah, you shame scoop this 100%. Yeah, bro. Yeah, you gotta pick up your cards and go home. It's bad. It's not looking good.
ちょっと僕もそうですね。なんかそんな気がしないでもないぐらいです。でありますとね、ちょっといろんなことを考えて、お互いにプレーしなければいけないと思いますし、僕たちもいろんなことを考えてちょっと喋らなきゃいけないというところで申し訳ございません。
申し訳ございません。
確認ができておらず。いやー難しいですよね。そうですね。対戦は。
All right, so no energy.
きっと櫻井選手側もここで山札切れを狙ってくるデッキに当たるとは予想していなかったのがあると思うので、
こう不意に出てきた山札切れを狙うデッキにこう、やっぱこうびっくり
対処していけるか。
入れ替えカードを使った直後からプレイを続行してください。
使う方も使われる方もね、いろいろ考えなければいけないですから。
And that's gonna be a big pass from me, dog. He's like, yeah, let me get a count on them switch cards in your discard pile, eh? No, this is so bad. On stream nonetheless. Oh, I feel bad for dude. This is tough.
このままガラルサンダー V をバトル場に置いていくのが正しいのかどうかといった判断の材料にしているんだと思います。
さあ、長谷川選手の場にはカビゴンとそしてピジョット V が。
Tell you what, this is fantastic content though. I'm gonna be doing this way more often. This is incredible. Yeah. Yeah, this has been nothing but fun.
Yeah, かなり櫻井選手のデッキの残り枚数もね気になるところでありますね。
そうですね。さあ、ボスの指令。
Bring up that comfy, baby. Bring him up. And that's a fat pass for me. Corey, why are you still chorusing? Just pass! Stop! You're gonna lose! Stop it! You're helping him win! You need to just pass! Alright, Zapdos finally doing its thing. Oh, an energy recycler there is big. Well, here's the crazy thing, is that since there are no ties, the player that's ahead on prizes wins. So, but I feel like the player on the left is like too deep into his deck. Like way too deep into his deck to like, yeah, he's only got a handful of cards left, so I don't know. It's a tough spot. It's not a double game loss, is it? That would be crazy. Is it a double loss if no one wins? It's a double game loss? What? You've got to be nuts to play Control in that format. You've got to be nuts. You gotta be crazy, bro. It's a double game loss if you tie. Holy crap. No, Control does not survive that format very well. Yeah, on the flip side, though, your opponent is incentivized to dig and try to win the game. That's true, or else they also lose. Because if they don't, it's true. Oh my God, that's so. This is so sick. Honestly, that's just those stakes just made this game a lot more exciting to watch. Yeah, actually. No, it's doper like that for real. I'm fine adopting that. Yeah, let's go best of one, no ties. I'm into it. You guys are haters. Yeah, you guys are haters. I think this is sick. It's the Pokemon TCG equivalent of Final Destination, no items. Yeah, bro. Just get good. Yeah, it's the TCG equivalent. Final Destination, no items, no ties, 20 minutes. Yeah, that's so sick. I'm pretty sure I only saw 20 minutes on the timer, but maybe it's 30. I'm pretty sure these games at the start have only started with 20 minutes. Is it 30? All right. 25. All right, we'll split the difference. It's 25. Ain't 30. Yeah, I was going to say. I didn't see no 30 minutes. It's 25 minutes. All right, this is before the Zapdos gate. All right, and then here's Zapdos gate. All right, now we're counting the switches. Here we go. That's straight up, Derek. Derek in the chat says, I'm so tired of Lost Box players taking 40 minutes of my round. That's what I'm saying. 100%. Make them win in 25. 100%. 100%. Regigigas and Lost Box players be like, yeah, 35-minute game one. The heck, bro? Make them do that game in 25.
このままガラルサンダー V をバトル場に置いていくのが正しいのかどうかといった判断の材料にしているんだと思います。
さあ、長谷川選手の場にはカビゴンとそしてピジョット V が出ています。
I'm just saying, this player here on the right is playing some real Pokemon cards, though. I've got one game action per turn, then it's your go, bud. One game action per turn, you're up. And I'm going to think long and hard about that one game action. Yep, bring him back out. And pass.
はい、この番ね、バトル場がガラルサンダー V のままであれば、投エネルギーつけて、一応カビゴンを倒していくことはできたんですが、
This dude gonna totally deck himself out.
さあ、この番
There just are not a lot of cards left in that deck. He's only taking one prize. Like, dude, you know, this dude on the right is just gripping the Clara. He's just going to bring 2 Snorlaxes back and double cross switcher up something else. This energy recycler rip is big, though. I'm pretty sure the Clara was revealed forever ago off like a Pokegear or something. All right, we got to really think about this play. Thankfully, this is the crazy thing, is this control deck is just entirely a let your opponent cook themselves to death deck. That's entirely what's going on. This deck barely mills. They're just depending on their opponent cooking themselves to death. In 25 minutes, it's like I'm gonna need you to do like 90% of the milling yourself. And they just do. They Clara for the 2 Snorlaxes back, and that's a pass from me, dog. All right, Galarian Zapdos is out here swanging now, though. 170 damage, going to be taking this knockout. All right, they're cooking. Only 2 prize cards left. Can Snorlax block its way to victory? Peonia, you need to stick something there, my man. That Zapdos is raging right now. 170 damage a turn. Is not good. Rotom V? Just to draw cards. Yo, he's been missing that Rotom V, though. We gotta judge cut the prizes. This man is not taking any prizes. Quit playing. All right, and we're gonna draw 3. Cool. End the turn. And then boss up the Rotom. Dang, that's GG's. All right, dude on the left got there. Yo, he does play Rotom V-Star. Holy moly. He does. There it is right there. All right. I think we all learned that. So he can poncho it. Right. I think we all learned that control is nearly impossible to play in Japan's format. This just seems like a glutton for punishments. It seems so, yeah, in Japan's 25-minute win or double game loss format, that is brutal for sure. It's 9-2. All right, never mind. They're 9-2. Well, yeah. They just needed to let 9 people cook themselves. That's fine. And this dude almost cooked himself. So imagine if this dude, now they're 9-3 and they have to leave. Yeah, because I think you get auto dropped at 3 losses. Yeah, that's what I'm hearing anyways. How can conceding improve your position in Complete Pokedex? I don't know. I necessarily not understand that. That's sick, though. All right. We got like 8 hours left of this to watch. We're going to continue tomorrow. Thank you guys for joining me for today's stream. It's been a lot of fun. Absolutely love it. We got a lot more where this came from tomorrow. We made it through day 1 already. And we'll carry on with day 2 tomorrow. Thank you guys for being here. Hopefully you have a wonderful remainder of your day. I'll be back tomorrow. That's it. Dang it. There it goes. See ya.